You are now listening to the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network.
Hello there, and welcome back.
What is this place?
Disconnected.
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 Disconnected. Disconnected.
Disconnected.
Disconnected.
Disconnected.
Disconnected.
Disconnected.
Disconnected.
Disconnected.
I'm starting to feel disconnected.
You have reached a number that has been disconnected.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another wonderful Thursday. Here with one of my favorites. It's been a while. Mr. Jim Tudor, welcome back.
Thank you. It's great to be back on this show. It has been a while. I think last time I was on the show was November. I did something for the awards in the meantime, but that also feels like a long time ago at this point.
Yes, it does. And what's crazy, it's only been like 6 months. It's a lot.
Many announcements since then.
Well, speaking of that, I expected a semi-small week, and we have like 100 things to cover again tonight.
Well, dang. I know. I listened to the show. I listened to last week's show. In fact, I just got through the whole thing. Because, I listen in chunks.
Right.
And on the podcast replay. And I know you broke the record there with announcements last week.
Yeah, we were at almost 120.
Congratulations.
I thank you. I've been studying for this.
I know. This is a big achievement. But I figured, I was thinking here, you and Dr. Dotson hold the record for most announcements in last week's show. Let's break it. Let's break the record.
It's pretty close.
Let's go for it.
I expected about half that, and we somehow almost got there again. So it's going to be a wild time. I got a lot to cover tonight, but first, Josephine here, as usual, wants to know, Jim, have you seen Silence of the Sea, Buñuel's The Brute, The Day of the Jackal, Peter Ibbotson, or any of those?
Okay, no, and no, but that's... some nice deep cuts there, and I am familiar. I've got a tremendously long to watch list, and I'm working my way through it just like all of us are. Are they good? Are those good films, or did they scar you?
Day of the Jackal is good. I think that's the only one of those I've seen, and I definitely recommend it. Got a good. I think that was an Arrow release, but like an older Arrow release, like 6 or 7 years ago, something like that. Sure.
No, I don't have it. I haven't seen it. I don't own it. It's not here. But I'll keep an eye out.
On that note, for things that are here, you are here, and tonight after the announcements, considering we're having so many announcements tonight, we figured let's just capture a very big topic, and we're going to be talking about just the history of film.
Sure. Yeah, I can encapsulate that as best as I can. In fact, I'm a professor of film studies at this point. I used to work in the movie business. I worked in various art departments, set dressing, and all this. I was also a freelance video editor. I am a film critic. I am still currently president of the St. Louis Film Critics Association. I review films, although from my website, Zeke Film, and also Screen Anarchy, but I've inadvertently backburnered my review output for those sites. I still am behind the scenes posting other people's reviews at Zeke Film. You can go there and find reviews of newer films. Not a lot of physical media lately on that site. All that to say, I am boning up to teach a class I have been wanting to teach for many, many, many years, which is just history of film.
Yeah. At
Webster University here in St. Louis, they finally tapped me to do that. And I've been preparing all summer for it. And the format, I can talk more about that later or whenever you'd like me to, about how the class will play out and why it's important that everything be so truncated. It's a lot. The history of cinema, beginning to end, the entire world in 16 weeks, 3 hours a week. That's what I've got.
48 hours is not a lot to cover the entire history of film.
No. So I have to be very selective, make some brutal cuts.
Yeah.
I'll be even more brutal tonight.
Well, On that note, one of the things that we're going to really highlight is why it's important to watch things like silent film and know why that's important to appreciate during these things. So tonight, it's not going to be like a classic top 5. We're going to be having more of a discussion. I'll have lots of questions because I'm also an idiot, and asking certain things will lead to a little bit more of understanding. But for most of us, I'm assuming most people in the chat did not go to film school or study film in school, because that's honestly, especially for when most of us were going to school, it wasn't offered at most universities if you went to school. So we all, at least for me, I guess maybe this is just a selfish thing. I want to learn about how these are structured and built, and what you're going to be teaching. And you seem to always have some interesting things on the docket. We hear about some of those in the Discord, some of the pictures you post. You've got quite a cultured life. Lots of music this year too.
Yeah, lots of music, lots of concerts. My wife and I.
Your bigger ones this year that you've gone to, so everybody that don't follow you on Facebook can find out.
I went to Herb Alpert here last week. Herb Alpert, the Tijuana Brass, everybody. This was a 90-year-old music legend playing the trumpet and doing his thing. And my gosh, what a treat. What a treat. Yeah. Sold out show. That guy's 90 years old and he's still got it. You know, he has the energy, of a 45-year-old, I'll say. Lots of fun. My wife and I, it's like, she doesn't like to watch all the movies with me anymore. And she's got her K-dramas that she prefers to watch on her phone with her earplugs on and check out of the world at the end of the day and just do that. So she does that. I do my thing. But where our interests meet is going to live music these days. And we were broke for the longest time, and now we're not as broke. When you're broke for 20 years and then all of a sudden somebody gets a decent job, it's still like several years of kind of building your way back up. Yeah. And I feel like we're just now maybe getting to that point of building our way back up to, ordinary people life. But, teaching doesn't pay anything. But anyway, we go to the concerts. Devo. Devo was one in the early summer. What else did we go see? Halsey. My daughter wanted to go see Halsey, so we went and saw that. I was not familiar. I will say that. I'm 51 years old, and I don't know anything anymore about what's new and what's cool. No longer make a point of keeping up with new music, but when something catches my ear, I'm appreciative. And we went and we had a good time there. Halsey. AJR, that was for my youngest son. He is now 13, 14. This is my second AJR show with him. I'll tell you what, man, those guys really put on a great show. AJR is a ton of fun. They really are.
I would like seeing them live.
They are so much fun. Are your kids into that?
No, they're 9 and 10. They don't.
That's the zone.
My oldest is super into Kendrick Lamar, which is odd, but yeah. Oh, okay. No AJR yet. Okay. Well, anyway, if it happens and and they want to go to a show and you're able to do it, do it. It's a good show. It's not some thing you suffer through as a parent. It's not that. Yeah. Anyway, what do we do? Outlaw Music Festival. Every summer we've been doing that. It's kind of turned into a tradition. Willie Nelson, and this year Bob Dylan and several others. We did that. What's this say? Hello, Flickering Waves. Yes. Anyway, we've got coming up Sparks. Going to go to Columbia for that. Oh, nice. We went to Columbus, Ohio. My mistake. Columbus, Ohio. I'm in St. Louis. We drove to Columbus, Ohio for Nick Cave and Bad Seeds at the beginning of beginning of summer, that was a bucket list show. Nick Cave and Bad Seeds. And that's a drive to get there. So I know, and we're doing it again. We've got friends there, so we got a place to stay. We're doing it again for Sparks. In about a month, and then hopefully Paul McCartney, which is the holy grail of unseen concerts for me. Every time Sir Paul announces his new tours, I try to get tickets, and the thing sells out too fast, and then all the tickets are over on the secondhand sites for
4 times as much money, and I just have
At least.
Megadeth farewell tour. We saw, as Ragnar saying, Megadeth announced a farewell tour. We saw Megadeth last summer, and that was a fantastic show.
Nice.
None of us are into Megadeth, but we wound up going. Just us, and we're blown away by. I'm being serious here. Their musical acumen. Those guys could really play some complex stuff.
That was a very classic. Those guys know their instrument sentence.
Well, those Megadeth fellas, they can really bring down the house. I recommend it, even if you're not a fan.
Speaking of things to recommend, as Jim mentioned, Screen Anarchy and Zeke Film, both linked in the description. Make sure you've got those bookmarked. Great sites. Absolutely.
Not a lot of me there lately.
Not a lot. However, you've made some decent choices on people to associate with. Still some good reading. Specifically Zeke Film. I think it's one of the better curated sites. I'm happy to keep up with that.
No ads, no interruptions.
It's always a good thing.
Yeah, it costs me money, but I don't care.
Another thing that costs you money, physical media. What have you been picking up lately?
Well, let's see. Jay,
you know it's going to be a good stack when there's grunting involved.
Yeah, a few things. Screeners, as a critic, I'm fortunate every now and then to get screeners. I don't get as many as I used to, but Criterion sent. These are ones that I'm supposed to be reviewing for Screen Anarchy. Hopefully, I can get them posted. The Burmese Harp and Flies on the Plane by Criterion, new 4K upgrades of these older discs that they did there. I'm trying to work with the glare here. These just showed up yesterday.
Very nice.
Yeah. So that's her. I forgot his Kani Chikawa films from the 1950s, and I have not seen either one.
That's a gift.
Really cool to have that opportunity. From Cult Epics, this is called His Motorbike, Her Island, and this was sent to me also to review. Is this one you had something to do with?
A little bit behind the scenes, yeah. And friend of the channel, Sam Smith, is the one that did the art. It's a really, really interesting movie. I think people will enjoy this one.
Yeah, I hope so. It looks very interesting. Another Japanese... Another one, I believe this is Japanese, yes?
It is, directed by Obayashi, the guy that did House.
There you go. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Nico has always been very, very good to me. Much appreciated. Here's one I found used. This is the RoboDoc. And I bring this up because for me, I know it's not a new release, but
how is it that I happen to have that right next to me?
You have that crazy ability every week, Ryan. You just pull stuff out. It's like a cartoon. You just reach off frame and you get what you need. It's you need a giant mallet. Here it is. I want to ask, what's with this cover? This slip cover of RoboDoc. Does anyone know if this is special? I purchased this literally at the used shop, my local used shop that we're fortunate to have. I bought this for $15, and I was happy to finally find it used. And then the week later, it was on Hamilton Books and all that for much cheaper.
Yeah.
Is there anything special I have here with this cover, or is this
I don't think so. Mine is the Steelbook. I think this is the more common release of it. I think this is the one that came out first, maybe. I know they did a Kickstarter for it. Perhaps it was associated with that.
And on the back, it looks like there might be a few more extra features or something, but that can't be the case. I don't know. Anyway, it's fun. I'm happy to have it. Maybe I could have saved some money if I waited a week, but then I wouldn't have this mysterious slip cover. Maybe somebody in the chat who can know what the deal is here. For anybody listening to this later, it's a cardboard slip cover with Peter Weller's face and is half the face, and RoboCop's face is half the case, and he's holding the gun. That's the cover.
Classic artwork, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Amadeus, theatrical cut, 4K. Been waiting for that for many years. Got it today.
Nice.
I got Visitors from Arcana Galaxy finally. This
Beautiful
is
release.
the new slipcover from Deaf Crocodile. Finally was able to jump on that. A movie from the 90s that I really liked, The City of Lost Children.
Just
Hey,
for the
there's
record, I had it next to me too.
Visitors from Arcana Galaxy. Yeah, still talking about that. I was moving on, Ryan.
I'm sorry, it was at the bottom of his stack.
Yeah. You're a little late that time. But you have City of Lost Children just sitting there, maybe?
Just 1 second. No.
Yeah, this one's exclusive, I believe, to the Sony Picture Classics box set. But at my local, secondhand shop, they broke up one of those sets, and I was able to get just this by itself without having.
Shout out the shop. I believe that's Nickelflix, probably.
Yes, it is. It's Nickelflix in St. Louis. My son works there. Before he ever worked there, I've been shopping there, and this is where I get, I'd say probably 70% of my stuff.
Great deals. Dave, friend of the show.
Yeah. Dave's a good guy. I don't remember why or where I bought this, but I figured this show is the ideal place to show off. I bought a film called not Arkansas Women's Prison Massacre, which I believe is another movie. This is Sharkansaw. Well, I don't know the deal here. I don't know why I ended up with this.
Well, if you can see it, I think it's on the cover. Look at who directed that. You will make Dr. Dodson very happy. If not, it's probably on the back.
Tracy Lords, Dominique Swain. These are actors.
I believe that's a.
Oh, it's Wynorski. It's a Jim Wynorski. Yeah. Okay, so that's a Dodson thing. All right, fine. I don't. But who directed the Arkansas Women's Prison Massacre?
I'm not going to say it, but I almost made a Clinton joke.
Oh well, good times there. Going back a ways, last Vinegar Syndrome sale, I bought only a few things, and they are my woke titles. I bought Spirit of 45, I believe this is labor movement documentary, and then I got You Can't Kill Meme. Like I said, these woke leftist progressive titles in the Vinegar Syndrome site were mysteriously cheap.
How dare you?
Yeah, I don't
titles on this show.
Yeah, man, I don't know, but I felt like, you know what, I'm going to be the weirdo who supports that stuff, because I don't know.
Somebody's gotta.
The price was right, I'll tell you that, and they still have the slipcovers. And this one, Spirit of 45, is directed by Ken Loach, who is kind of a blind spot for me. British realist director that there's a deep dive coming up at some point.
Nice.
Not tonight. Okay, finally, let's see what else we have here. I bought today this W.C. Fields Comedy Follies set. This is the kind of stuff I'm always excited to find. These weird DVDs that I didn't quite know existed, but I can get them, again, for $2 at Nickelflix. And I do teach history of film comedy. And cracking the W.C. Fields comedy was particularly challenging to me because this 100-plus-year-old, milieu of comedy sometimes, doesn't translate right away. And I had a hard time picking up what it is about W.C. Fields that made him so popular. And then it clicked a while ago. And I'm, it's happy to find this is not one of his movies. It's just him doing comedy bits on shows and stuff. And finally, this movie, I don't know. I don't like it.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. Have you seen that one yet?
This is In a Violent Nature. And again, I found it at Nickelflix. I have no interest in this. I literally only bought it so I could come on here and say, but this one right there it goes. Yeah. Have I watched it? No. I've owned this for about a month. It's been sitting in the stack. Point of view, horror, slasher, something or other. Yes.
Kind of point of view. It's above and behind. It's
And you hate this film with the burning passion of 1,000 suns.
I mean, I've played the Friday the 13th video game. I don't need to watch it in a movie.
Okay. So we don't need to take that down. And finally, I bought this. This is Edison from Kino. This is a box set they came out with like in the early 2000s of Thomas Edison stuff. And I never bought it. Thomas, everybody's like, Thomas Edison, he's history's greatest villain. There's a lot to that. But you know what? I teach history of film, and I need to, he like it or not, Thomas Edison matters. So I bought this, and here's the thing. It's a classic case of, do I buy the one from 2005 or do I buy this re-release that they did that was done, I think, redone in 2018 or something. Same discs, looks like the same content. The cover was just almost exactly the same. I went with the newer one just because it was newer and it doesn't come with the freaking booklet.
Of course.
So,
always the booklets.
Yeah, I didn't know this. So anyway, that's just a little rant for any, I guess, you guys are the only, sympathetic ears for this sort of thing in the world. you understand my frustration.
Anybody else is like a Thomas Edison booklet? Who cares?
Yeah, I need the booklet because I teach this stuff. I'm like, man, there's 140 films. Some of them are like 2 seconds long. Camera test. 140 things on these discs, on these 4 discs. There's no list of what's where in here. It's literally just discs, and you don't know till you put them in. So,
I miss the days of like the flapper DVD cases that had the chapters listed on the side for compilations like that, so you knew exactly where they would be. Yeah, that should be a given that's in every copy of that. Not a booklet, I get, but come on, give us a list.
I know, even just a paper list would have been nice. But oh well. At least I was able to get them.
I've got something paper based that's in pickups tonight. So I'm going to do a couple plastic. We'll do some discs first. And first is Underworld Beauty. This is one of the newer Radiance titles.
I bought that.
Nice.
Yeah, I bought that last week.
For those of you that are paying attention online, there's a couple Radiance titles that keep showing up on Amazon with coupon codes. And this thing, I think, was less than $15. And this is like one of the better reviewed recent Radiance releases. I don't get it. Did I say flat? Everybody's mocking me because I said flapper. Yes, I meant snapper. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm talking to Jim. We were talking about W.C. Fields. I had flappers on the mouth.
Yeah, it's the flapper era of DVDs. And look, I see he's not wrong. There's flaps in this Edison disc. I'm holding it up, and the discs are on trays that flap around inside.
Nice.
Anyway, so you bought that Seijun Suzuki film, is it not?
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
And I don't get I don't love to patronize Amazon because it's Amazon, but and they're evil and all. But when they're obviously taking a loss on something, that little that makes it okay, right?
That's why I'm okay with it. Yeah. This was not from Amazon, but I was able to pick up classy cinema, Billy Madison on 4K from Kino Lorber. I got to be honest, if I'd watched Happy Gilmore 2 before purchasing this, I probably would have been kind of sour on Adam Sandler to purchase this, but it's a classic. This is one I probably got to show my kids in a couple years. Now, to go very anti-Amazon for the rest of this, one, I wanted this on physical media, so this is a bootleg.
Whoa, I won't tell anyone.
For those that have never heard of this, because these did not play super widely, which is hilarious for things that played on MTV, I really wanted to find out where I could watch My Super Psycho Sweet 16, the trilogy. And the first one was released on Blu-ray, I think, immediately, and I think the second one got a DVD release. But now, The third one never got released. And so I picked up a boot of all three. Glad to have those because I wanted to watch them again. But now for the really fun stuff. One is, especially when doing a magazine nowadays, I'm really trying to beef up my older like zine pickups and people that are doing it now. I just want to support other people doing it. I've got here 4 issues of Cinema Schism. And this is a paperback that you can pick up on, I think it's on Etsy. And there's some wild stuff in here.
It's on Etsy, is it like made of yarn or written out on a chalkboard?
It's like construction paper cover stapled together.
Yeah.
And each one has a fun topic. Like this one is the films of Sarah Jacobson. If you got the AGFA release of the films of Sarah Jacobson, this is like the perfect thing. Okay. There's exclusive interviews in here. There's like actual analytical essays. There's a lot of great stuff in here. And I am super into it. I'm very eager to check out all of those. But then, this is maybe the thing that I was most excited for. I had this on an eBay watch list for maybe a year. And whenever you get something like that you've been waiting on for the longest time, it's always just like oh, finally. And this thing released ages ago. I never picked it up on release, and I don't really know why. But Blue Underground, which is a company that still going strong with some great stuff, years ago, they put out the Mondo Cane collection. And this is a collection of multiple like Mondo documentaries and films. Like they've got the recent release of Goodbye Uncle Tom that Blue Underground did on 4K is a part of this. But there's other stuff in here that will likely never even make it to Blu-ray. So this is a DVD box set. And I got this thing for less than, I think it was $32.
What? That's amazing because that was very pricey. I remember when it came out. And when did that come out? Like 2002 or something?
Yeah, it had to be somewhere around there.
Yeah, I remember when that came. I've been doing this since it started, you guys, DVDs. Yeah, so I remember when that came out. I didn't know anything about it or what it was. Mondo Cane. I didn't even know how to pronounce it. I went and read about it, trying to decide if that was something I needed or not. Decided against it at the time. I've seen it 2 other times in my life used and passed on it both those times too. It was never that cheap though. If it were, I might have been tempted. Because at this point in the way I collect now, it's a little different from the way I collected then. Yeah. Now it's like throwing dynamite in a river. I'll just buy it, if I can, if it's cheap and I foresee a reason for having it, like down the road, and maybe I'll be teaching a class on weird ass movies. We don't know. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah,
this is a box set that is like capturing a full zeitgeist in a box set. I mean, the stuff we've got in here, we've got Mondo Cane, Women of the World, Mondo Cane 2, Africa Audio Director's Cut, Goodbye Uncle Tom, Audio Zio Tom, and then The Godfathers of Mondo.
And to be perfectly clear, I mean, this probably still isn't quite my bag, but this is interesting historically. Yeah. And the release itself is even interesting historically in the medium of physical media that we're talking about and collecting here. That's a find. That's cool.
Yeah. It is. This is one of those releases, kind of like the Black Emmanuel set from Severin. Mm-hmm. That is one of those. How in the hell did they were they able to gather all these people to put in one release together? It's one of those things that's kind of a miracle and probably shouldn't exist. But when you find it, it's a find for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's cool. It's cool.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't. It reminded me of Black Emmanuel. I started watching that a few months back when my whole family was out of town for a week, and I was like, now I can knock out some of this weird ass stuff that, maybe might be weird to have kids walk in on. I started the set, didn't get very far. But
that's a hard one to binge watch.
Yeah, no, it's. I'm still glad I have it. I don't hate it, but it's one of those things it was time to move on to some other weird thing that week. But they had a used copy of it for a while sitting there on the front desk at Nickel Flicks, right by where the register is, and kids would walk up and notice, oh hey, it turns, and be like, don't turn it. and someone would yell, don't turn it, and they'd turn it, and then it'd be like, oh, boobies, oh, more boobies, oh, the kids don't care as much as the thing, they don't care. That doesn't offend them. Yeah. Getting a glimpse of that sort of thing was a much bigger deal to us at that age. I don't know. These kids are just kind of like,
They're much more accessible nowadays.
Sure, I don't know. Whatever. Oh, look, a horse. Yeah.
Speaking of accessibility, what have you been ingesting lately? What have you been watching?
Only stuff for my class, Ryan. History of film. Webster University, starting a week from tonight. Or a week from today, actually, during the day. It's my first day class. I have a textbook. I don't have it up here. It's I went through and I made a letterbox list of every movie prominently featured in the book that I've been assigned to work from. It turns out it is not a good book. It is very a white male centric, movie director, classic canon, that kind of thing, because it is from 2008. But that's the book that I was given. Now, if I continue to teach this, I'm going to switch to a different book. But I went through and I made a list of every film in that book. It's on my Letterboxd. It's a list that runs almost 1,200 films. Of those, I had seen 58% when we started. I realized, okay, this is going to be my summer. Literally June 1st, I started this process of just binging just as many of these movies as I could do, just to have them, because I was going to be assigning chunks of the book. I'll tell the students, you can take any two movies that you find a good point of comparison that are of interest to you. So naturally, I want to have seen as many of these as I can. I watched and watched and watched and watched. I don't know how many, like 130 movies on this list. And a lot of times it is work because, I'm watching movies I don't really feel like watching.
Right.
And, sometimes it's fun. Sometimes it's work. But anyway, I got this. My goal was before the end of summer, I wanted to get to 65%. I got there.
Nice.
58% to 65% on a nearly 1,200 movie list.
That's pretty good.
Sound like a big jump, but it is, it's an accomplishment. Then today I went to the library and got more. These are the ones that I'll be doing.
Anger.
Yeah, Kenneth Anger.
Nice.
This is Robert Flaherty's Louisiana Story. Leni Riefenstahl in The Blue Light. We got
classic, by the way.
Yeah, this stuff's like deep cuts that I have not seen. Darling Lily by what's his name? It's Julie Andrews, Pink Panther. Anyway, Blake Edwards, and then Great Expectations, and the 47 Ronin, which I was shocked to find is not like a decent version out there of. This is by Kenzie Michiguchi. And I figured it was maybe in the Criterion Eclipse set from years and years ago, but it's not.
Is it in the Eureka Masters of Cinema box? I wonder.
I didn't go that far.
That one's hard to find.
Yeah. Even if I could, I don't know that I could watch it because I've been spending all my money on actual discs and not a global.
That's right.
Free range player. Yeah, I catch crap for that every single time.
Plenty of region lock discs and no region free player.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe it'd make my quest easier. Maybe not. Maybe I'd just be spending more money. That's always been the fear. This Blu-ray. I got a Flickr Alley from the library.
Nice.
Yeah.
And a Pirelli Blu-ray. That's pretty rare.
I admit I've been using this process of watching movies on this textbook letterbox list I created as an excuse to collect.
Yeah.
Not from the library, but the library ones are the ones that I cannot find to purchase, or at least for a reasonable price. But I have also bought a lot over the summer that I'm able to buy. Criterions and Flickr Alleys, and there's even Severin in there. Mike Lee's All or Nothing was on the list.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So anyway, that's what I've been ingesting. Just yesterday, I watched Thomas Edison Studios camera tests and kinetoscopes all day until my head fell off.
How'd that go? Fascinating or boring or what?
It's fascinating. Then it gets really boring. It gets really tedious. Then it gets fascinating again, and then my head fell off. So I don't know. And then last night as a critic, I went to the early screening of Spike Lee's Highest to Lowest, a remake of Akira Kurosawa's High and Low, a great film that people laud to no end by Kurosawa. Now, I'll be honest here, Ryan. It's probably been 20 years since I watched High and Low. I remember my impressions of it being very, very positive, very good. That said, the storyline, the plot points, all of that I don't recall. I remember what Toshiro Mifune was like in the movie. All that to say, High and Low is great. Highest to Lowest, I had high expectations for because I figured we live in, eat the rich post-Parasite times, don't we? This movie could really speak to that in that incendiary Spike Lee way.
This feels like it's leading up to disappointment.
You may feel differently. Your mileage may vary. I demand the release of the real Spike Lee.
Oh.
Because whoever made this movie under the name Spike Lee is not Spike Lee. The real Spike Lee, I believe, has been kidnapped, is being held for ransom. I don't know what happened. This is a very, very old man tempoed movie. Like, he made an old man movie that just kind of moves in an old man tenor. It's kind of hushed, and even in the scenes where it's a chase and Denzel Washington is running after somebody, or there's a foot chase, and it's supposed to be tense. It's mediocre. There are a few good scenes at the very end of the movie that I won't spoil. But on the whole, this was a tremendous disappointment. Again, your mileage will vary. We don't see eye to eye on a lot of movies, you and I don't think. I didn't like whatever that monkey movie was. The Singing Monkey. What was that?
I haven't seen that one yet.
Yes, you did. You loved it. Singing, it was the real guy, the British guy. I
have not seen it yet.
That was my see it?
Genuinely, no. That was my guest that loved it. I have not seen
Holy
it.
Cow! Okay, I'm sorry, Ryan. I thought
I saw one scene from it, and the scene was interesting. I have not seen the movie yet.
I came on here and ranted about how stupid I thought that was, because I saw it a few months ahead of time, and then it finally got around to coming out, and people start coming on this show week after week talking about how Robbie Williams, thank you, about how it changed their life. Yeah, Better Man. That's the movie, D. Sibner. Better Man, and I was like, it's stupid. Anyway, I guess it was just me. Everybody else thought it was the bee's knees. I also didn't like Life of Chuck. I know you didn't like that, so I understood it. I got it. I just didn't go for it. That said, I don't know if you go see Highest to Lowest. I love a good Spike Lee movie, man. I love the Black Klansman. That thing, he was on fire. That was so good. And then this one, I don't know. It feels out of touch. I was supposed to have a review on Zeke Film of Highest to Lowest, and instead, here I am doing this.
Well, thank you for taking the time.
My review will be late, everyone, but you just heard it. I demand the release of Spike Lee. The real Spike Lee.
Please stand up.
Not who. Yeah, please go free, because whoever's holding him prisoner, that shouldn't be. The replacement fake Spike shouldn't be making movies.
Yeah, and Reservoir is bringing up Old Boy. Yeah, we don't need to talk about Spike Lee's.
That one also, another Spike Lee remake that, I'll say that one at least, that might be better than this. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I didn't hate that at the time, but I hadn't seen the original Old Boy. And when I saw Spike Lee's, I hadn't seen the original Old Boy yet.
Yeah.
So to me, it was my first exposure to the story, period. Maybe that had something to do with it. I didn't like it. So don't hear me say that. I mean, I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. It was just like, okay, that was
right.
Interesting, but yeah, it became like the worst movie ever.
Yikes. I have continued my streak of watching multiple films in a theater every weekend for the last 3 months, which is very unlike me. And so happy to cover some of these. But first, it was my youngest birthday this last week, and his choice for a party was to have his friends over and our family. And he asked everybody to sit down and watch the Plankton movie on Netflix. And normally I would just let this go and be something that I don't talk about. But SpongeBob is big for a lot of people, and I had not heard anybody talk about this movie. This movie is atrocious. Literally the worst thing ever associated with SpongeBob. They shoehorn in some songs to make it a musical SpongeBob movie, and the music is god awful, grating on your soul when you're listening to it. The 3D animation style that they're going with nowadays on SpongeBob stuff, it looks real bad. They've taken all of the soul out of it. This movie is just real bad. It's a Netflix movie. Don't recommend anybody watching it. The story itself is not interesting. It's something that you've heard many, many times over. And that's, I mean, honestly, as kind of a SpongeBob apologist, some of the stuff that they did in episodes was genuinely unique, fun storylines. This is all of that just removed to make the most basic entry level, I don't even know who they're appealing to sort of film. And it's really bad. Really bad.
That's too bad, because I know there are people looking forward to it. I assume this is what is the quote unquote new SpongeBob movie.
It is, but there's also another one coming out this fall.
Okay.
And this one went Netflix, and the next one is going theatrical. So maybe this was just the bad one.
Okay, so let me ask you this: how did the kids take this movie in? Did they sit for it, or did they disperse quickly after 10 minutes?
I think about 1 out of every 3 maybe sat through most of it.
Oh boy,
yeah.
And then you just had bored kids climbing the walls, literally,
making a lot of loud noises. Yes.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well.
But let's get into some different ones. So after that, over the weekend, I went and watched My Mother's Wedding. This is a Scarlett Johansson as a British woman film that is directed by the individual that you will hear a lot about this. This is Kristen Scott Thomas's film. And essentially, this is just the most white woman movie you could ever imagine. Scarlett Johansson has a really weird British accent, and throughout the story, not much happens. The wedding in the title is very early in the film. There's not a lot of drama. It's a weird movie, but what's awkward is because it's directed by one of the main people starring in the film, it's very personal. You can tell, because she was telling her actual story for her background, she wanted to get everything in there to make it make sense for her mind of what was important. And so there's 25 different storylines really thrust in here, and it's a little too much. I think if they would have focused the story a little better on a couple storylines, they could have probably had a better plot, but instead they went for 18 plots, and we got 1.5 good ones.
But you say it's the most white lady movie ever. I mean,
it's pretty up there.
They hit their time in history to release this.
It's true. And I think I was one of 2 males in the screening, and I did not hear any male voices responding to any scene in the film. So
no laughter, no guffaws, not even snoring, nothing. Just
nope, very little. Very little. Right.
So what's that called?
That is My Mother's Wedding.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'll bother.
Adam is mentioning Steel Magnolias. Honestly, I think it might be more white than Steel Magnolias. The next one, and this one is unique and may not even be playing in your town anymore as of literally tonight. And so if it is, please try to see this in the theater. But if not, I think it'll be on Shudder eventually. Film came out called Strange Harvest. This was playing at festivals last year. This is essentially a true crime mockumentary, not a comedy in any way. It's the type of mockumentary where it's literally doing a documentary style. They're not trying to make you laugh. And there are scenes interspersed in this documentary that are done in found footage style. And so if you don't jive with the idea of true crime or with found footage, this might not super sit well with you. However, I loved this thing. I really don't love true crime as a genre itself, but because this is essentially a send-up of true crime, but done instead of making you laugh, they're genuinely trying to make you afraid. I think it was done very well. It's about a serial killer lasting from 1993 all the way up through 2011. And the way they show that time, just completely passing through some old stories and through interviews and stuff like that, I think works surprisingly well. And there's some genuinely shocking scenes in this that really got under my skin a little bit. I think one of the things that perhaps took me out is when you're trying to send up a genre as explicitly as this was trying to do, you got to really stick to that genre to make it like a proper satire. And with true crime, like if you're watching a Netflix documentary, they're not throwing in like super bloody crime scene photos, and this does. They show things in this and talk about things in this that would never be in that. However, this works very, very well. At the very end of this, there's something after the credits that I really hope that sticks. And if you watch it, you'll understand what I'm getting at. But I think it's very, very good. It's going to be underseen by most people. I think it's pretty well made. There's a couple technical issues, like somebody dying in 2009 is wearing an Apple Watch when Apple Watches didn't exist. But stuff like that, most people aren't going to notice. That's more
anachronisms.
Yeah, there's definitely some of those, but that is Strange Harvest. I hope people check it out.
There's something after the credits that you hope sticks. That's a weird thing to say.
I don't want to spoil anything, but I mean, it's just like it with a lot of horror nowadays. It's essentially saying if this is successful, we might have an idea for a sequel.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay. I'm like, is there like a phone number where it's like, no, call us if you know where this real killer is, and then. That it's not that.
No, the thing is, I think most people aren't watching a movie like this and staying through the whole credits. I usually stay through everything just in case. And
I always do. I say the credits are part of the movie.
They are.
And, it's a time where you kind of gather your bearings and you sit and collect your thoughts. If you're with people, you kind of turn and start to talk about the film. For me, I like to see where things were shot. I like to see music credits. And those are always at the very end of the credits. Plus, having been in the business, I every now and then see a name of somebody I know. Yeah. All that said, I'd still stay for the credits no matter what. Because, again, it's part of the movie. And it's a shift back into reality. Plus, usually there's some good music, or music is playing in the 7.1 surround sound or whatever. I mean, that's where else are you going to get that?
Yeah, and just like John's saying, I mean, a lot of people literally work their ass off just to kind of get this spot being mentioned, and it might be the literal last name mentioned, and they deserve our eyes just as much as the other person.
Sure. I've been in credit rolls. I had a pretty good spot in a Gone Girl credit roll. But you got to stay. You got to stay all the way to the Missouri end, which is a separate chunk of the credits at the end. It's like, I've got myself in the habit of doing this in high school, I think, though, just because it felt like the right thing to do. Anyway.
Last thing I'll mention before we get to announcements, everybody knew it had to come up tonight. I saw Weapons in the theater. Jim, I don't think you've seen it yet, right?
I have not seen Weapons. So what, is it knives?
It's
clubs. It's clubs that they're hitting people.
There's a lot of weapons, I will say that, but it's not what you're thinking.
Very plural.
I will say
guns. That's boring. Guns.
I truly loved this movie. I will say too that I think this movie is really best served in a nice theater with a really wonderful crowd. There's a scene specifically, and I don't think this is spoiling anything, so I'm not going to say anything crazy. But for everybody that's in the chat, if you've seen it, there is a scene with a car door opening that I have never, in a like hushed, quiet theater, heard a response like I did to that specific scene. It is best served with a crowd that is into films like this, that is on board. It's a Zach Cregger film. If you saw Barbarian, you know that you're going to have a wide range of emotions. And honestly, he is a very promising figure for the near future.
Barbarian's good. That was a good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. They say it's like that in terms of people walking through caverns and tunnels and doorways. Did you guys say that on here, or was that?
I think it was mentioned last week. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'm probably quoting something. Anyway, that's what I hear about the film. Not the kind of detail that gets me to run out to the theater, but I know I need to watch Weapons. We'll get to it.
I'm sure you will. It's a blast. Everybody should watch it. It's kind of crazy that to bring it back to physical media right before the announcements, the 4K Steelbook is already sold out, and this film hasn't even been in theaters for a full week yet. I know Steelbooks are all the rage this year, but the fact that...
And a weapon. If you use them properly, you could beat someone with a Steelbook,
This is true.
It's a weapon. It's weapons.
Yeah. It's wild that it's selling so well. I love to see it. Zach Cregger deserves it. The same thing happened this year with another super original horror movie with Sinners.
Yes.
So I love to see stuff like that happening. But on that note, we're about to say the word Steelbook probably 80 times. You ready?
Bring it on.
We're not starting with Steelbooks. Let's go with Radiance first. First, November 17th in the UK, November 18th in the US. On Blu-ray from Radiance, we're getting Wicked Games, 3 films by Robert Hossein from 1955 to 61. This is covering some films that I know nothing about. Do you know this director other than Rafifi?
Rafifi. Yeah. No, that's it. Did he also do Cappy? I can't. No, I don't think he did.
I don't think he did. No,
that's a different one that I lump in with Rafifi because they have a similar. The character dropping down like in Mission Impossible.
Yes.
That's those 2 movies. This one, this is how many films is this?
I think it's 3.
Wicked Games by Robert Hossein. 3 films by Robert Hossein. Radiance. If I can play this, I will be buying this. I love these Radiance sets. I'm way behind on watching them. There was a point, Ryan, where early on with Radiance, I decided I wanted to be Radiance complete.
Whew.
That has fallen off.
I would imagine so. They release a lot.
Yeah, I didn't. Honestly, I thought there's no way they're going to maintain this output. Have they? And then some. I've given up on trying to be Radiance complete. That's the first time I've spoken that out loud. But I have to just let that one go. That said, this looks like
there's a U.S. release coming, so you can play it.
All right.
For those that love extras, this is going to be a great one. You got a new commentary for all of the films by Tim Lucas, which is one of many people's favorites. There's a newly created making of featurette with Lucas Balbo, the historian. There is a newly created featurette by Howard S. Berger about Hossein and his work.
Howard's a good guy.
He's a fun guy, too.
Yes.
We got some archival extras on here. Visual essay by Sam Deegan. So Sam Deegan, Howard S. Berger, Tim Lucas, all in one package should make a lot of people happy. But if that's not enough, even Alex Cox, the filmmaker, is on this brand new. C. Courtney Joyner is a part of this. And then new writing by Walt Chaw. Like, that's a lot of incredible names in one release.
Alex Cox can come on here and just kind of his commentaries. I'm glad to get them, but he does a very deliberate delivery. He, old British man, and he'll speak every once in a while. And then of those chunks where he talks, there's nuggets of gold in there every now and then. makes it worth it, which is frustrating because, otherwise you could just be like, well, I'll skip it. But there's nuggets of gold in Alex Cox commentaries. Plenty of other reasons to buy this too. Wicked Games.
Wicked Games. Next up is The Ogre of Athens from Radiance. This is coming on the same dates, November 17th in the UK, November 18th in the US. This is a film, Nikos Kandauros. I believe this is a great film. It says, despite his best efforts, shy and modest bank clerk Thomas struggles to fit in with the pace of modern life. On New Year's Eve, a comedy of errors ensues, and Thomas is mistaken for the Ogre, a notorious criminal mastermind who rules the streets of Athens. Suddenly, men respect him and a woman is interested in him. It's all he's ever wanted. However, everything comes with a price, and Thomas is soon out of his depth when his unwitting white lie unravels. This one, we got a new introduction from Jonathan Franzen, new interview with the critic Christina Newland, new interview with Greek film expert Demetrius Papanakolaou. That was probably butchered, but hey.
No, I think you got that right on.
I'm not used to that. New booklet with writing on this, including an extract from Jonathan Franzen's Freedom. Lots of cool stuff about this too. Not enough Greek film getting good releases.
Yeah, how about that? It's not Mondo Macabro.
Thanks, Tony. Tony's Greek, so thanks, Tony. I appreciate that.
Yeah, he could come on here and tell you how to say it. Ogre of Athens. I guess I'll buy this one too if I can play it.
U.S. release. You're on board.
And well, you know what, Ryan? Sometimes I will, like once a year, if I'm able to do it, I will buy a bunch of Radiance titles from their sale. I think I did this for the last 2 years. I'll buy it directly from them and have it shipped overseas if there are titles that are over there that aren't released over here but are not region locked. And those exist.
Yep.
Those exist. I don't know why, but I don't question it. I just buy it.
Right. For those that don't know, I know it's not a great site to recommend, but Blu-ray.com, if you go on there, usually if you look up a site or a title that is released in another territory, most of the bigger titles, like something like this, will list if it's region locked or region free, and a lot of them secretly are region free. They have to advertise them at least as region locked. Sadly,
yeah, it's I got to be careful, and maybe I'll get that region free player. I was kind of secretly hoping last Christmas might have been it, but instead I got a surprise CD player. I
Maybe she misheard you.
it was nice. I don't know. I was like, well, that's it plays circle shiny discs that are that size. That was
so close.
Yes, and yet so far.
Next, probably the Radiance title that I'm most excited about. November 17th, only in the UK, not in the US. We are getting Cinema and State, 9 films by Nagisa Oshima. These range from 1961 to 1972. This says it is the start of an ongoing series. The first volume of Radical Japan explores the films of new wave icon Nagisa Oshima, one of the most vital, challenging, and admired bodies of work in cinema history. This box set presents Blu-ray premieres of Oshima's finest features across 7 different discs. This is incredible to be able to get this in one box set, first of all, and not in all the 9 different releases.
Yeah, some of these are out.
Yeah,
the Radiance or not Radiance, Eclipse.
Yes.
Yeah,
but I believe they're just saying in HD. This is the first ones. So these are UK releases. We got 4K restorations of Death by Hanging, Diary of a Shinjuku Thief, Boy, The Man Who Left His Will on Film, and The Ceremony, and then HD digital transfers of The Catch and Dear Summer Sister. That one is exclusive to this edition, which when they write that, generally that would mean that they're not going to be putting that in the standard release, or it won't get another release. So not sure, but this is great. And I see people talking about Eclipse being only DVD in the chat. Reminder: we just got an update from Criterion. Eclipse is coming back and Blu-ray. We've got. Is it fair to say that Radiance picked up where Eclipse left off? Partially, but also Eclipse isn't gone now. So
right. That's fantastic news last week, by the way, about Eclipse being resurrected as a Blu-ray. line. And I would imagine that with these Oshima titles surfacing in the format that we may be getting those stateside as well.
I
in
imagine
that
so.
eclipse. It's probably just I just guessing.
This box, just like the last one that we talked about, or the first one rather, this one's got some really great people on board for commentaries. We got Sam Deegan, Tony Raines, and Jasper Sharp on here. And then introductions and appreciations of the films by Luke Van Hout, Jennifer Coates, Rie Sukanaga, and then the filmmaker Yang Yang Hee. Again, lots of great people associated with this. I've only heard nothing but beautiful things about these films. And then for some more, that was just the intro. Literally, we've got interviews with a lot of people. We've got Diaries, Oshima's short film about street children and soul. There's a documentary from 1995, and these aren't even included in a list of 9 films. These are just additional films. So this is an Oshima box set that will be very, very fulfilling if you are appreciative of this filmmaker.
Yeah. That's good stuff, I'll tell you. It's a lot of good stuff in one place. And I'll say something else. No disrespect to the familiar names that we get release after release on bonus features, but it's nice to see some new names.
I agree. That's all about what I'm trying to help promote too. Yeah, really appreciate seeing that myself.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I agreed with Wave in the chat. Radiance uses fidelity and motion for every release, which means their encoding is going to beat out Criterion's 10 out of 10 times, and you can count on that.
After several years of listening to you every week do this, Ryan, I think I can just say I want fidelity and motion to encode my life.
Well, I will contact David and see what we can do.
You've got the connections.
Funny enough, and I think I've mentioned this on before, so I won't feel like too much of a failure. This is
failure.
Well, yes, this is a failing on my part.
Okay.
I interviewed David McKenzie from Fidelity Emotion that was supposed to be on the channel literally months and months ago, but the recording, it was so rough that night that the edit alone is one of the most intimidating things in my life at the moment. And so I have not gotten finished with it. It is an open project in my Final Cut Pro. You'll see it eventually. Just, I'm sorry.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, I know it's a sidebar here, but I'm glad you mentioned that because I know you said that you talked to Fidelity Emotion a while ago, and I thought, I definitely want to hear that. And then I figured it just got lost in the podcast queue of just other podcasts and things piling up, and it got past me, and I was going to go digging for it. And every now and then I'd think of it and be like, I got to go find that old interview with Fidelity Emotion and Disconnected. I guess it just doesn't exist.
It'll be there eventually. David, I'm sorry. It's still going to happen.
Yeah.
We talked about this last week as well, so we won't go too deep into this, but just remember that Radiance is launching this new sort of sub-label called Transmission. The first title is a 4K release of Night of the Juggler, also being released in the US by Kino Lorber. However, if you are somebody that wants the better release of this film, because this is a film that people have wanted for literally decades, the Radiance release kind of blows the Kino one out, not only out of the water, but like out of the continent to another continent. This looks like an immaculate, incredible release of the film. So check it out. And honestly, for what you're getting, it's pretty fairly priced.
Maybe to blow it over to our continent too. That's okay. I know people are excited about this. I don't know anything about this movie other than what it says here. And James Brolin, isn't it? That's always a selling point for these 70s movies for some reason. But Night of the Juggler, it's like, oh, look out, he might drop one. Oh, he's juggling, he's still juggling. Oh, now pins. It's not balls, it's pins he's juggling. Oh, it's the Night of the Juggler. Is that the movie? What are we excited about? Is that what is it that this movie delivers that people are excited about?
I don't know, but now I want to see that movie, please. No, this is a very grindhouse film that people have wanted for a long time because of how it portrays all of that scene. And
James Brolin.
Yeah, and Brolin.
Night of the Juggler.
Brolin's pretty hot this week with weapons, actually.
Night of the Juggler.
That is Radiance for the month, and excited about that.
He dropped a pin. Get him.
Next up, October 13th, kind of worldwide. This one's weird. I can't really say this is a UK release because it seems to be everywhere. But there is a ultimate collector's edition of last year's Nosferatu that is coming in a 4K steelbook. This is a different steelbook than what was released earlier this year, which that original steelbook sold out very quickly. This one has a rigid slipcase with spot gloss. It's got a 40-page book of production notes, double-sided poster, art cards, and character cards. However, this package is $80-ish everywhere for a film that, if you loved this film, you've already got one of the releases of it. And Silent Mandible saying, is it all gone? It's not. You can still get it on Brother Belial as of this morning. So if you want it, go pick that up.
This was on my top 10 list. It was low on the top 10 list of last year, but it was on my top 10 of 2024 films. I like this movie quite a bit. I was on board. I haven't seen it since. I do not own it yet. I figure it's one of those movies that if I wait long enough, the 4K will be under $10.
Yeah, it will be,
but not this 4K.
No, this is crazy pants. Definitely don't recommend people buying this super expensive version unless this is like one of your favorite movies from the last decade.
It's
all right.
Is it okay? So it's a steelbook inside of another steelbook, or what?
It's a steelbook in a rigid slipcase.
That evil rigid slipcase.
Yes,
very evil.
Very evil.
Very pagan.
Next up, I'm very excited that they're doing this. October 14th, Shudder is releasing The Last Drive-In with Joe Bob Briggs as a Blu-ray double feature featuring 2 Joe Lynch films. Joe Lynch, been on the channel before. Hi, Joe. You're great. This includes Suitable Flesh and Mayhem, and these are 2 films that they've shown on The Last Drive-In previously in the past. And the big thing is this shows both films, the intros by Joe Bob Briggs, and all of like the intercut notes that they cover. It might be a little weird. I'm very curious to see how they do this because these were shown on The Last Drive-In like 5 years apart. One of these was in season 1 and one of these was in, I think, season 5 or 6, something like that. I like that they're doing this, and I understand that they can only do it for the films that Shudder has like full rights for. But just the fact that they're doing it all is rather cool. You don't normally get horror hosted segments on physical media.
Yeah.
And this is really cool.
I was taken aback by this announcement. I did see this announcement earlier this week. I've been interested in watching these since hearing your interview, with Joe Lynch, and he did the rounds when Suitable Flesh was out there a year or so ago. So, I haven't seen the movie yet, but, looking at this, I thought, it's a Joe Bob thing. And I've never seen Last Drive-In or any of his show or any of that. I haven't seen it. I thought, these are new movies. In fact, these are very recent. Joe Lynch, I mean, it's a Joe Lynch double feature is what it is, but it's not called that. It's Joe Bob thing, Yeah.
It's certainly being marketed as the Joe Bob and not the 2 films because the Joe Bob thing is what you're really buying.
This is a director's double feature, but that director's taking a back seat here, I guess, willingly.
Very willingly. He works with Joe Bob quite a bit. And then the other big thing, this is shockingly cheap. First of all, for 2 fairly newer movies, this thing is only like $20. And then you're getting all of the additional Joe Bob stuff as a part of it. I would have to be extremely cynical to say that that's expensive for what you're getting. This is a pretty awesome get, I think, especially for the cost.
Cool.
Yes,
I'll get it if I can. If I see it, maybe at
Nickelflix will get it. Yeah,
my nearby DVD store. Yeah.
Now, one that Nickelflix probably will not get. This is
you never know. You never know. It's whatever people bring in, and people bring in some weird stuff. You'd be amazed.
Yeah, it'll probably come in used at some point. This thing has been pretty much the talk of the week until we got 5 more talks of the week, which has been a weird week. Synapse. Out of semi-nowhere, we got teases last week that they were about to drop The Deadly Spawn on 4K. This had been announced previously, but here it is in all of its beautiful carnage of glory. This is available to order now on 4K. This is a title that is from 1983 that has been released previously in a really terrible-looking Blu-ray. And for those that don't know, this is a decent movie. I won't say it's a masterpiece or anything like that. But the synopsis that Synapse, that's a fun tongue twister, came up with is: a pair of campers stumbles upon the remnants of a meteorite and discover some fanged worm-like creatures have hitched a ride to Earth. After the camper, Appetizer, the deadly alien spawn that take refuge in the basement of an isolated house and prepare for the main course, with the people in the neighborhood now becoming the entrees of an intergalactic monster buffet, a group of teenagers led by a small boy decide to take the matter into their own hands. This is limited to only 5,000 copies. They've already sold more than half of those. This is a 2-disc set featuring the film and extras on both a 4K disc and a Blu-ray disc. This comes in a rigid slipcase with new artwork from Wes Bonscotter, 56-page perfect bound book with vintage articles from Fangoria, new essay by Michael Gingold, and then excerpts from the producer Ted A. Bohus's book on the making of the film and a scrapbook of rare photographs. New 4K restoration from the uncut 16mm OCN by Synapse, presented with 2 different aspect ratios. We've got Dolby Vision on the 4K disc. We've got, for the first time ever, the audio options feature the original producer's mix, as well as the 21st Century Fox Corporation theatrical mix. You've got 3 commentaries, with one with the producer, one with the director, one with the cast and crew. All kinds of other extras on here. There is so much archival stuff. It was too much to include in here. Yeah, you can get this at Diabolic, on Orbit, on Synapse directly. The shipping cost from Synapse is a little high for anybody looking into that. So the already semi-high price of $65, yeah, that's pricey. I get it. If you're looking to get it, I would check one of the other 2, because then you could fold it into some other titles maybe that you were after. The Deadly Spawn, you after this one?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not familiar too much, other than just seeing this on video store shelves and wondering, as you know, back in the day, what? And thinking, that's a lot of teeth. If the quality of a film can be measured by how many teeth the monster has, this would be the greatest film ever made. Yeah. I mean, honestly, is this like a practical effects showcase? Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, it is.
What kind of thing is? Are we? What kind of movie? What's the real selling point here?
It's a very goopy, practical effect, silly, like Drivehouse movie, and it's very good. It's really great effects work. I think a lot of people will be happy with it. Honestly, you would think with pictures like this, it would be super overselling it. Uh-huh. They do a very good job making it like this.
Yeah.
This is probably one, before you spend $65 on it, you should probably seek out a watch of it. And I think it was on Tubi. I'm not sure if it still is. But to be fair, I think it's one of the better underseen films from the 80s.
I'm sure it'll crack my history of film syllabus at some point. I mean, look at all those teeth.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of teeth.
That is so many teeth. That is so many teeth. That thing's got to be like, the dental bills alone have to be. I mean, no wonder it's so pissed off. Its dental bills are very problematic. It's a 3-headed phallus person eater, the deadly spawn. It's very deadly, deadlier than Todd McFarlane's Spawn by a mile.
Quite phallic, though. You are correct.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep it moving. Next, TerraVision. We announced some stuff this last week. The first being 1981's Student Bodies on 4K. This is a parody of slasher horror films, and it is worded like that on purpose, because this is first and foremost a parody. This is absolutely made as a comedy, not really as a horror film. There's a lot of stuff in this that is doing a send-up of things that would not happen in horror films until a handful of years later. But the people that made this saw it coming, and they took it head on. This thing is coming with a perfect bound book with writing from Gene Hobson, Alexandra Heller-Nicholas, Clint Kelly, Stephanie Crawford, and Brad Henderson. It has a postcard and a 10x17 poster in a hard box release with a slipcover. This is new art by Ghoulish Gary Pullen on the main, not the poster art, but this hard box art here with the skeletons. That is new. And then, of course, the classic theatrical art here that many people have seen is that one. Then on the disc itself, we got a making of with Kristen Rader, Matthew Goldsby, Colin Chambers, Sarah Eckhart, Jennifer Rose, Gene Hobson, Kristen Nelson, Fred Berner, and Susan Vogelfang trailer. We also got the CD of the score. And then thanks to Brian, who's in the chat. Thanks, Brian. We've got a Laserdisc rip of Student Bodies just to be able to archive that in case you remember that version and you want to see it. It's not a different cut or anything. Just wanted to include it. This is a region-free disc, of course, since it is 4K. And if you love Student Bodies and that's not enough for you, oh my goodness, we've got two other options here. Well, now there's only one other option, but first is the collector's bundle. This includes a Student Bodies t-shirt. It's got a Student Bodies bumper sticker and a button set, or you can go all in on the mega bundle. It includes all of that. Also includes horse head bookends from the film. It's got a Student Bodies tote bag, a crossword puzzle enamel pin, a Student Bodies on LP by our friends at Forever Midnight, and an incredibly small chicken, for Mickey. If you've seen the movie and it's one of your favorites, this is a hell of a package. And for anybody to be crazy enough to release horse head bookends, they're all in on the film, and I hope people are excited about this because it is an incredible release. The photos of the restoration are up on TerraVision's website. They look incredible. Hope you check it out. Jim, have you seen Student Bodies?
I own Student Bodies. Previous release, I believe it's a Blu-ray.
Olive, yeah.
Again, at the local DVD Blu-ray shop, Nickelflix. I'm there. This is back towards the end of spring, so I was still teaching history of comedy, history of comedy film, which was a very rewarding endeavor. And I saw this, and I was like, "This is actually a comedy, right?" And somebody in the store who knew the movie said, "Yeah, it's really funny. You should check that out." So I bought it, and now this. I have not watched it, by the way. I meant to watch it immediately, and the way things went at that time, it fell off my to-do list, and I still have not seen Student Bodies. The version I have has the girl with the megaphone crouched over the chair, dead. That's the cover. Yeah, I totally would have bought this whole thing that we're looking at here from TerraVision's had I not just bought it. Maybe down the line. I don't need horsehead bookends, which what are they even doing? Is this something you get at like Michael's craft store and then they just throw some blood on it or something?
No, we are making these in-house. We actually have a carpenter that TerraVision.
Somebody got a miter saw. You're doing this, and wow, man, this is
literally.
You don't need to do that. I mean, that's cool and all, but man, it's like I think we'd be happy with just. You've been talking up the trauma of TerraVision's behind the scenes lately, and this just makes me feel bad looking at all this cool stuff they feel like they need to include.
It sells.
I guess. I mean. What are those? No. Those three are those buttons you said?
They are buttons.
What do they say?
It says no. I said no, and for the last time, I said no.
Okay, so that's obviously a reference
in the film. Yeah,
but it works for so many occasions of real life.
Yes,
as a parent,
it's true.
It could work, or any number of things. Okay, TerraVision's way to go. This is impressive. This is very impressive. I'm still waiting on my stuff from January, by the way, but I'll give them a pass since I know things have been terrible.
Well, and those are shipping now. But by the way, we probably should mention that they did just discover that the 4K disc and Suddenly in the Dark that everybody got, the replicator had screwed it up, and they were fixing the Blu-ray disc. And now it turns out when they manufactured the 4K, it dumped the color, like all of the contrast is out of it for some reason. So there's likely going to need to be a replacement 4K disc as well. Nobody knows why. In our master copy, all of our screenshots and everything that we QC'd many, many times, It looks incredible. It looks vibrant, and we are trying to figure out what happened. But this has been plaguing multiple manufacturers right now. Severin just got hit with some of these things. A24 just had their replacement. We've got a couple others that are behind the scenes dealing with some stuff coming up. It's kind of crazy. So yeah, this has not been great. However, this is the launch of the 13 weeks of Halloween. So this is just the first week. TerraVision announcing more tomorrow. And this wasn't even it for last week. Next up, we also got Death by Dialogue. This is the next City Lights title. This is from 1988. And this is the slipcover art and the inner art on this one. This is a cult classic of 1980s horror. Delivers a meta-slasher twist with campy charm, atmospheric tension, and blood-soaked mayhem. We got multiple new interviews on this one with Ken Sagos. This is the guy from Nightmare on Elm Street 4 and 5. He was also in Death by Dialogue, but had to keep it a secret because this was a non-union filming. We got an interview with Laura Albert, interview with John Gonzalez, interview with Dana Drew Evanson, new subtitles, and you can pick this up now. Pretty decent first week, in my opinion. And we got some stuff coming tomorrow that people are going to love. Check it out. Every single Friday, TerraVision announcing things for the next 12 weeks.
And when does it all comes out at the same time, but you're announcing it over this trickling,
the big thing is that you can combine your orders. So if you want them all in one big order, you can. But some of them will be out before the end of this 13 weeks. So if you only buy one thing, you might be able to get it. Like one of the things that we're announcing tomorrow is In Hand. So it's all ready to go right this moment.
The movie In Hand. that was the film. I've heard 1986 video rental staple In Hand.
To be fair, wasn't there a film from like 83 called The Hand? That's pretty close. Isn't that Tom Hanks' first film? Something like that? I don't remember.
Stone, I think. Yeah. The Hand. So I guess we'll look for that tomorrow.
That's a Scream Factory title. So.
Oh, right, of course. Oliver Stone. My mistake. Now, one thing about Death by Dialogue, that sounds like, Quentin Tarantino's forte right there. It
kind of is, yeah.
Dialogue, it's Death by Dialogue. But that said, I can think of some other directors that, Death by Dialogue might be a more apt accusation.
I was hoping that the comment was here. It must have been on Facebook. Somebody commented they should have renamed Christopher Nolan's Tenet Death by Dialogue.
There you go. That's the joke I'm looking for. All right.
The next one pissed off a hell of a lot of people. MASH, the comedy that changed television, got announced. This is coming on Blu-ray on September 16th, and it's not the TV show MASH. No. This is a documentary. Join the men and women who made MASH as they celebrate one of the most beloved, enduringly popular, often quoted, and influential comedies ever created. You can pre-order this now. Pissed off a lot of people because they thought the show was coming. But alas, you can get a doc on it if you want.
All right.
Next, there is a fundraiser currently going where Fred Olen Ray trying to direct Jack-O 2. He's calling this Blood Moon Rising. And Jack-O, one of those classic Make-Flix titles that has the incredible commentary associated with that. Check it out if you're into it. And one of the cool things is that original release sold out very quickly. And if you back this, you can get a copy of Jack-O with it so that you don't have to worry about it being sold out. This thing is going to be made here in the next year and a half, I believe he said. He's looking to raise $50,000. It's Fred Olen Ray. He's already got quite a bit into this. He's got some actors' participation possibly already lined up. Got some other names that you'll recognize, like William Graffet is associated with producing it. Same with a couple other smaller names you'll probably recognize from the physical media world. Check it out on, I think it's a Kickstarter. No, Indiegogo, Jack-O 2, Blood Moon Rising.
They want to make this movie for $50,000.
$50,000. Although he'll probably put a little bit of his own in there.
Okay.
I think tonight is actually the last night to pick up this documentary, and that is Slasher Trash. This is from Creator VC, the same ones that did the In the Search of Darkness documentaries that people either love or hate or love to hate. Those things were very surface level documentaries. This supposedly is promising to go much deeper on slashers specifically. And these are expensive. If you are into these documentaries, I get it. Totally nothing wrong with that. But like the first level that gets you the Blu-ray for this, I think is $80. And thankfully you get more than just the Blu-ray, but that is a lot of money just to get the physical media aspect of this. I really wish they did like a $30 tier where all I get is the Blu-ray. I'd be fine with that. It's
a documentary about slasher or what? The slasher movies?
Yes, slasher movies as a genre. This thing is
a subgenre.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I like slasher movies as much as the next guy, but that's asking a lot, isn't it? I mean,
it is a lot. I'm really curious to see how much this makes them, because it's got to make them quite a bit.
I like that one of the things that they're boasting here is a slasher movie checklist. You just know that's going to have the most scrutiny of anything ever. People are going to be looking at that going, what? They left off the hand, or whatever, they are, or what, something that is then we can have all the arguments.
They included that with the last couple documentaries that they did, and people are genuinely like posting it on social media and they're retweeting it. So it's working on a lot of people.
Wow. Okay. Well, hey, they're onto something then, aren't they?
Onto something I'm not.
It's a business model.
Next up is Tenacious D.
Mm-hmm.
This is Tenacious D, The Complete Masterworks Volume 3, coming on October 3rd on Blu-ray and DVD in the US. MVD is the one putting this out, as far as I can tell. This is showcasing the band's London's O2 Arena concert from their 2023 Spicy Meatball Tour. It does show that performance. It's also got the band's animated film, Post-Apocalypto, with music from the D and illustrations by Jack Black. There's music videos on here and lots of stuff that I did not expect, including like the covers they posted on YouTube. So the Tenacious D version of Time Warp from Rocky Horror Picture Show is included on this disc, which honestly, I think that's pretty cool that that's included. But just like we were talking about with that released a few minutes ago, this thing is insanely cheap for what you're getting. You're getting a full band performance and a full animated film and all these music videos, and it's like $21 to pre-order right now. And that's pre-order price. That's not even on sale price.
It'll only get cheaper. That's until it goes out of print, and it'll be really expensive. But that's interesting. I'll have to say I like the idea of Tenacious D more than I actually enjoy a lot of what Tenacious D does. Especially, I know people are all, Pick a Destiny has gotten its, cult status, but I thought that wasn't very good. I'd probably enjoy a Tenacious D concert, but I guess they're done, aren't they? They had the weird, awkward falling out.
Well, Kyle Gass got sort of canceled, I think. I don't know what's going on with that.
By Jack Black on stage. When he made a joke about the Trump assassination attempt.
Yep.
That he shouldn't have made. And that did the band in? Is that it?
I don't know. I've not followed that closely since then. I saw that video, and that was enough for me at the moment.
It's too bad because, this has been a fun thing that they've been doing on and off over the years.
Yeah, that's true. Carrying on, Kino continuing with their Dan Curtis items that they're putting out this October and November. This November, they're putting out Gothic Tales from Dan Curtis from 1973 to 74, which will include The Picture of Dorian Gray from 73 and The Turn of the Screw from 74. Lynn Redgrave in Turn of the Screw. Nigel Davenport in The Picture of Dorian Gray. So some names associated with this. I'm pretty stoked for these Dan Curtis things.
Are you? I guess I'm a little behind the curve on the Dan Curtis phenomenon of 40 years ago or whatever. But I mean, these look good. This looks fun. This looks like something that I'd pick up if the price was right and if I was in the mood and all. Here's what catches my eye, Ryan. I'm looking at this cover, and it's Dan Curtis's Gothic Tales. Great illustration. Really cool. That sells it. But it's Dan Curtis apostrophe S, like Curtis apostrophe S. Is that grammatically correct? I don't think it is. I've been of the ilk where, if I'm writing about, say George Lucas, it's George Lucas's thing. I'll just put S apostrophe. I think that covers it, doesn't it?
You are correct, but also you are also wrong. I went and looked it up, and this is one of those instances where they both work.
I know they're both acceptable.
When it's only acceptable when it's a proper noun.
Dang it!
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm over it.
So I went and looked it up, and actually there was an argument in my comments on Facebook. But yes, supposedly these are both correct when it is a proper noun. I was ready for people to flame Kino, but I went and looked it up, and yeah, this does work. I do.
I admit,
love this comment from Adam.
Wrong. I admit when it came Curtis. Yeah, let's just keep it going. It's how many S's and apostrophes. It's just the more the better, the more appropriate. Proper noun. Okay.
Adam's comment would work if it was about his sister, Dan Curtis's sis. And honestly, I agree with Vispian. It does look kind of stupid.
It looks stupid.
It does look stupid, and that is truly what matters. But like you mentioned,
okay,
like you mentioned, if it goes on a good price and it's Kino, this will eventually be on sale for like $10. This will be a great pickup to add if you're looking for something to get to free shipping.
Not till they change that.
Next, October 21st on Blu-ray in the US, Dark Force through Kino is putting out The X from 1996. We talked about this just a few weeks ago, but now we got some cover art and some actual release information. This thing is going to have a new interview with the actress Yancey Butler, a new interview with actor Nick Mancuso. I've never seen this movie, but this is from an era that I tend to like stuff from. Have you seen The X?
No, I have not seen The X, and I'm with you on this. What is the year on this? 96?
96, yeah.
Is this a thriller? Is this It's a little late for the erotic thriller.
Let's throw out there one more thing that you would appreciate.
Okay.
This is written by Larry Cohen.
Okay, I do appreciate that. I'm not the biggest Larry Cohen completist. I've seen some of his movies, not all. One of these years. But good for him. Mark Lester. What did he do again? What's this?
Class of '84 and Bobby Joe and the Outlaw and Commando.
Oh, but Bobby Joe and the Outlaw is good. I mean, I should. Okay, Bobby Joe and the Outlaw. Okay, I mean, good grief. It's when you're in the mood for that kind of 70s gritty.
Yep.
And you got your Wonder Woman in there, sexy. It's a good movie. I'll say that. I'm a sucker for it. That said, never heard of this.
I think I'd only heard of this through Dark Force, so I'm curious to check it out. I love Simner's tagline here is "Lifetime with boobies." We'll see.
Hey, that does sound like a selling point.
Imprint started some of their announcements, which, by the way, during this show, they've already announced 3 more titles, and I am not kidding. October 29th, they are releasing a Blu-ray of Last Exit to Brooklyn from 1989. This is about a gang of young hoodlums, a down-and-out call girl, an alcoholic father, and a low-level union official attempting to survive the harsh underbelly of lower-class 1950s Brooklyn, starring Stephen Lang, Jennifer Jason Leigh, Burt Young, Peter Dobson, and Jerry Orbach. This is a 2-disc hard box release from Imprint. We've got new special features that are going to be confirmed later. And then the second disc in here is a feature documentary called The Director, Uli Udell, Facts and Fiction. They're going to have more special features with that one and some interviews and all that stuff. But Last Exit to Brooklyn.
Haven't seen it. This has always looked like a movie that's probably needs to be in the queue.
I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah. And that looks like a pretty handsome addition too. I'll say that. Why do we need 2 discs? Oh, special features gets its own disc.
And a documentary. It is a feature-length doc.
Last Exit to Brooklyn. Is it 4K or just a Blu-ray? I can't remember.
Just a Blu-ray on this one.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, not everything has to. Okay. Anyway, moving on. What do we got
Next
here?
up is directed by a box set with one John Huston. This is also coming on October 29th on Blue in Australia from Imprint. This covers a handful of films. So we got Wise Blood, we've got Under the Volcano, and we've got The Dead from 1987. I think that's the one that most people seem to be excited about. We've got... No?
Okay, I've seen all three. No, I haven't seen Wise Blood yet, honestly. I feel like I have, but I haven't. Under Volcano's good. Dead is very good. I know Will was excited about it last week when you announced this last week, and now here we are. And last week when you guys did this, it was like, you said to him, I can't do this now. I got to save this for Jim Tudor. And he goes, screw it. Now, he didn't say that, but that was I could hear it. I could hear that. He was like, meh, let's do it. So for that, I don't know who's next week for you, but whatever they're announcing right now while we're doing this, I say we keep it going.
You want to go see it?
Yeah.
I could probably do that.
But this John Huston set, The Dead, back when I was a film student, I took a film studies class about literature into film, where, is it James Joyce, The Dead, I think? It's very much it is John Huston's last movie, and it is very much a old man, very measured, very deliberate film. Yep. Be ready for it. It's good. I was probably too young when I was exposed to it, but I'm glad to see that it's finally coming out here because it has been very elusive. The Dead. Yeah, and Wise Blood and Under the Volcano are on Criterion, but only as DVDs. So this is a good late John Huston gathering.
That is true.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
So this one, we got new extras on all three films, new commentaries, new visual essays. We got a bunch of interviews, some really good-looking stuff. But now, as Jim alluded to, let's share what's coming out in October as far as Horde instead. First up, Twins of Evil on 4K in a limited edition hardbox from Imprint.
Dang!
This looks like a fun release for this movie. Good movie. I enjoy this one. And then a little-known movie, Carrie, coming in a 4K lenticular hard case release.
That's my daughter's favorite movie.
It's a great movie.
And a favorite of mine.
One that you very, very wittingly approved and did a really wonderful send-up of in our Shelf Shock Rewind Awards this year. That's
right. I did the Carrie parody, and my daughter, who's a fan of Carrie, filmed it. She's the
nice,
very, very good eye for framing and everything. I didn't have to advise her at all. She was a good shooter, and she knows her Carrie. That said, we're due for an upgrade, and maybe it's this, man. This looks great.
Looks like a fancy one.
Yeah, what does it have?
It's got a bunch of art cards, and I don't have the website up, but I can do that in just a second.
Well, maybe next week when you announce it again.
I will be announcing it again. That is true. Carrie, let's see. I think I can. Oh, wow. I don't see it on the site. All I see is Twins of Evil. And the next one. Let's go to the next one because the next one is very exciting as well. 4K release of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It is the Donald Sutherland one. Yes, this has been released on 4K previously, just like Carrie has. So on these, probably not a lot of new features on Carrie or this one, I'm guessing. But they still look like pretty good releases. Twins of Evil, though, is a first time in anywhere on 4K, I believe. You got to get Twins of Evil and Carrie. Those are, and for me, although Invasion of the Body Snatchers, if anybody doesn't have that on 4K, man, this is solid. This is a great seminal movie, 1970s horror. Incredible movie. Absolutely love everything about this. But now we can go back to what came out last week. Okay. So next, October 29th, they're also doing Frankie and Johnny. This is the first time on Blu-ray anywhere in the world from 1991. Gary Marshall directing, Al Pacino and Michelle Pfeiffer. This one, we got a new audio commentary by Scott Harrison, and that is it. I've never seen Frankie and Johnny. Is this a Jim film? No, it's not. I have not seen it. I didn't care in 1991 when I was a junior in high school and this was new. And then it fell off the radar until tonight. So nobody saw this cares about it. I'm sure it's someone's favorite.
Yes, somebody's favorite.
Thanks for
movie?
the plug.
What's did I? Okay. Anyway, that said, it's a song, it's Frankie and Johnny were, and that, by the way, there's a great cartoon that I show every semester in History of Animation from UPA called Rudy Toot Toot by John Hubley. And it is great. It's one of the top 10 best cartoons ever made. And it's the story of the Frankie and Johnny court case and killing, which is, of legend. That happened here in St. Louis. That happened here. That was a St. Louis crime. And every semester I show that and I tell them that happened right here in St. Louis. You guys, we still got it. We still got it.
Amazing.
We're still ripe with crime. I don't think this movie has anything to do with that. I mean, it's a Gary Marshall film, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
It's Gary Marshall. Nobody ever dies in a Gary Marshall movie.
With a cover like that, you're not thinking crime.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that Frankie and Johnny.
Next up is Afterglow, starring Nick Nolte and Laura Flynn Boyle, of all people. This one's from 1997, and it says, when two married couples, an older one with a painful past and a younger one with an uncertain future, find their lives intertwining, infidelity threatens to tear them all apart. This one, we got a new audio commentary from Adrian Martin, and a whole bunch of archival interviews on here, including one with Nick Nolte.
I'd watch this.
Yeah, Julie Christie's great.
I'd totally watch
Boyle's
this.
Great.
Yeah, it's this sounds like it's in my overcooked drama wheelhouse. I can dig this sort of thing every now and then. And Laura Flynn Boyle, interesting case there. Alan Rudolph, and then you got Robert Altman's name thrown in the mix here, almost tangentially, but I'll take it. Anything Altman, got to watch it.
Yeah.
Watch Altman movies. This is not one, but I'll still watch it. Don't know when. Afterglow.
Afterglow. Not one that I'm dying to watch next, but I'm sure somebody is. K-Pax, starring the one and only Kevin Spacey, also coming on Blu-ray. First time on Blu-ray anywhere in the world. This has no new extras because you know why.
I hate this movie. I've always hated
that checks out.
Yeah, I hated it before we were supposed to hate Kevin Spacey. He was the stuff for a while there. He was in everything, but I felt like Jeff Bridges. I mean, look at these pictures, you guys. It's like if you can't see this, it's the K-Pax poster. It's this ridiculous bathed in light Kevin Spacey staring off like, I'm so enlightened. I'm such a serene being, and Jeff Bridges is over here like harumph. Jeff. Why am I in this movie? Who is this jerk? What is this? K-Pax.
I don't remember liking this at all.
It's a radio station, not a movie.
KPAX.
Playing the hits.
Anyways, that's enough Kevin Spacey. Next up is Lulu on the Bridge, starring Harvey Keitel and Mira Sorvino. Also coming on the same date, October 29th from Imprint. Also starring Gina Gershon, Vanessa Redgrave, Mandy Patinkin, David Byrne, and Lou Reed also got some cameos in this. No new extras on this one either, sadly. But this one, I feel like this is a Jim movie. You've seen this one?
Absolutely. I have not seen it, and my gosh, do I need to. This sounds... Okay, backing up here. Gina Gershon's in it. It's got Vanessa Redgrave, who is always welcome. Harvey Keitel and Willem Dafoe are always interesting presence. Mira Sorvino had her hot streak, and this was in the middle of it. Let's see. Not familiar too much with the director. But cameos from David Byrne and Lou Reed. Oh... We're going to go see Lou Reed in concert. I forgot to mention that at the beginning of the show. What did I just say? We're going to go see David Byrne. Did I say Lou Reed?
You did.
He's dead. I would go see that. We're going to go see David Byrne. And I can't remember what city that's in. We're going to drive for it. But, man, we're doing it. That's just my daughter and I, not my wife. We're driving. We're driving to see David Byrne. And if
Nice.
Lou Reed were to come back and do shows, that also would be on the docket. But for now,
Yep.
Lulu on the Bridge on imprint Blu-ray will have to suffice.
I can't wait. That's in October. Next is The Quiet American with Michael Caine and Brendan Fraser. This is from 2002. Caine was nominated for an Oscar for this.
Yes, he sure was.
Amongst some other awards. Again, no new extras on this, but there is a bunch of archival extras, including an audio commentary with the director and some of the actors, including Caine and Fraser. But yeah, this looks like a pretty decent release if you were into The Quiet American.
It's a Philip Noyce movie. It might be good. It might not be.
Is it a nice time?
At the movies. A nice time at the movies with Michael Caine. Yeah. And, Brendan Fraser, for gosh sakes, he's usually good in everything. So that all that said, I haven't seen this. Oh.
Neither have I.
Well, I don't know. One of these years. The Quiet American.
Last up from imprint is Half Nelson from 2006, which I don't remember much of, but I remember liking this one. This one says an inner city junior high school teacher with a drug habit forms an unlikely friendship with one of his students after she discovers his secret. This is starring a fairly young Ryan Gosling. This one is also going to have no new extras, but we do have an audio commentary by Ryan Fleck and Anna Boden on this one. Some interviews and all that stuff. Yeah. I don't remember much about this one. Have you seen this one?
No, I didn't. And I have to say, I had a low threshold for this kind of, I don't know, quirky, like forced quirkiness that this poster radiates. Back then, I thought, I don't know who these people are. I don't know what they think they're doing. Half Nelson. That doesn't sound like a movie title. I don't know who this dork is. I don't know. And so yeah, my attitude was bad. My understanding is it's fine. I don't know that I'll buy a Blu-ray of it, but that has nothing to do with my bad attitude back then.
I get that.
That this movie makes you want to punch this Ryan Gosling in the face just because of how he looks on the poster. That's on me. That's not his fault. That's on me. I should not have felt that way. I feel badly.
One thing that made me feel bad this week, which I forgot I was going to share before we went to the announcements. This will only take a short amount of time, but we've talked about artwork a lot on the show because it's a selling point for physical media. It's something that people are into sometimes. And Germany has some really great artwork sometimes, but Germany, yeah, a lot of stuff that they produce, like on media books, is some really interesting artwork. I just found a steelbook that went up this week that might be some of the most appalling art on any release I've ever seen, and it is of a pretty beloved director's work. Check out this steelbook release of Casino. Let's zoom in here on our faces. Of course, that's De Niro, Sharon Stone, and Joe Pesci, and I don't know where to begin here. The smoothing over and AI. I am assuming it's AI. It could be just really bad filtering in Photoshop.
This is Madame Tussauds Wax Museum Casino exhibit. Is
like in the sun after 8 hours. Yes.
Yeah. I kind of get what they're going for with the rest of this, like that prismatic light glow in the background, but even that just looks kind of like unintentionally psychedelic.
Yeah.
I don't know if I hate this quite as much as you do, but yeah, when you get right in there on the faces, there is that creepiness that shouldn't be. That's not part of. And her look at her. Sharon Stone is wearing these dangly earrings that look like marshmallows. Marshmallow. There's another one. Marshmallow. And it's been out in the sun for 6 hours, so that's toasty.
Yeah, not stoked on that artwork, but I figured I had to.
Not good Germany. This is degenerate artwork.
I had to share with everybody so you could feel the terribleness that I felt. Let's get back to the show. November 10th. BBC is releasing Blake's 7, the collection Series 2 on Blu-ray in the UK. This is from 1979. These are brand new restorations of all 13 episodes from the best available sources. Lots of new audio commentaries on this, lots of archival extras as well. Brand new feature-length documentary looking back on the making of the series. I had never seen this one, and I love a lot of British stuff, but this is not one that has ever been on my radar. I don't know if this is associated to something else, but do you know this one, Blake 7?
Yeah, I know a little bit of Blake 7. I was never a fan of these British low-budget TV shows like Doctor Who and everything. I mean, Doctor Who, I have friends that are, swore by old-school Doctor Who. Oh, look, Blake's apostrophe S, 7. Yeah, that's not what this is. This is just original Blake 7. This used to be on television. A local PBS station would run this on the weekends. And I always made fun of it because, I was a jerky, kid that thought I was above all this. And, fact of the matter is they made a TV show, Blake 7, that a lot of people enjoyed. It's a science fiction thing. It's space. There's 7 of them. They go to the planets. They get into fights. It's not great. I just remember one of the actors was very over animated in his action stuff, and the other one was kind of bored. So they would the door would open or they would beam in or something, and right when they got there, the two guys together, one would be like with his gun, gun pose, the stance, the thing, and the guy next to him, also holding a laser gun, would just be like, take his gun. His face wouldn't change, his body wouldn't move. He would just be like, swing his arm, gun, and that was the diverse acting styles I recall of the classic Blake 7. Now, that said, again, I was a 7th grade snot nose, watching this on PBS and making fun of it. And I'm glad it's now on Blu-ray because it probably should be. It's one of those things that does have a legit audience.
It does. Still a lot. A lot of these older British shows have diehard fans that have been dying for this. So that's great. I'm glad it's getting out there.
Speaking of weapons, the movie you were talking about, I remember there was one scene in here where one of the Blake 7 members, I think it was a woman, she got sent down and they were going to make her fight, and they're like, there's a table full of weapons, every kind of weapon, you got your clubs and your maces and your, this and your that. And she's just like, I'll have a glove, a single glove. And they're like, a glove? Surely you need an actual, no, just a glove. And she puts a glove on, I think it was a fingerless glove, and then proceeds
fingerless even,
with her hands, and that was another great Blake 7 moment that we can look forward to on Blu-ray.
Speaking of things we're looking forward to on Blu-ray, I don't want to be too long on this next group, so I'm going to ask you this question. Jim, are you much into anime?
No. I should be. So maybe. I feel like I need to be because I teach history of animation. But anime is such a deep, deep pool that at 51 years old, I've yet to really, truly dip my toe into. I've seen all the big Akira and Miyazaki films and all those. But it's vast. So the week we talk about history of Japanese animation, I bring in a anime expert that I know, and he covers it.
Nice.
But let's do it. Let's do it.
We got a lot to cover, so I wanted to ask that before we go into Discotheque because there is a lot, and I'm gonna really hit hard the big ones that I know people are into. So let's go to the first one. Shin-Chan is coming to SD Blu-ray from Discotheque. This is coming out October 28th. Some of these are October 28th. Some don't have a release date, but we'll go through those. This is the complete Funimation adapted version, all 78 episodes. There is some fixes on here that they talked about. This is gonna be 2 discs, SD on Blu-ray. This supposedly is great. I'm into this one. I will check it out eventually.
Sure.
Next,
Pretty well.
Lupin the Third, The Castle of Cagliostro is returning to Blu-ray with an all-new dub. This is coming on, it does not say it, just soon on this one. This will be coming from Discotek and Crunchyroll. It'll be an exclusive there. Check it out, Lupin the Third, new dub.
Heard of it. I've heard of it.
Next is Kamen Rider Amazon from 1974. This is all 24 episodes on 2 discs coming on Blu-ray on October 28th. This will have some interviews on here and a new essay by tokusatsu expert Mike Dent. There will even be a vintage commercial for Kamen Rider Amazon.
I like that the creature put on a tie. He got dressed up for this.
He's a proper creature.
Maybe he's just dining out and that's a napkin. I don't know. We'll have to buy the Blu-ray to find out.
Next from Discotek, one that made a lot of people happy, October 28th also is Mega Man, the complete series. This is the 90s run of Mega Man. All 27 episodes of the US TV series in SD on Blu-ray. Newly fixed episode 1, so that if you had the DVD version, this one is now correct. It's got the speed fixed. They've got a bunch of bonus material on here, plus an all-new commentary with the guy who did the Mega Man voice, Ian James, coming on October 28th.
Yeah. Cool.
Then, for those that like your hentai in HD, October 28th, they are doing the Uratsukidoji, the sequels of the Overfiend. Although you like them in HD, this is SD on Blu-ray, and this is the full collection. So this is going to have the Part 2, Part 3, Part 4, Part 5, and then some other side stories that they got on here. This is not full HD, but you will be able to have it on Blu-ray, which is better than having it on DVD. Glad they can fit all of these. This will probably still just be a single disc release. I believe they even say that in one of these things. Let me see, because this is a 2-picture. No, that's just the cover art. Yeah, check this out. They just a reminder, they did put out the first one on its own after getting a very extensive restoration that just came out last fall. So now you can have all of them in just 2 releases.
The title again is
Uratsukidoji.
Nice work there, Ryan.
That's one of the better ones I've done, I think.
Uratsukidoji on standard edition Blu-ray.
Sequels of the Overfiend. Next up, one that made a lot of people in the Discord very, very happy. Golden Boy is coming to Blu-ray on October 28th as well. This one is all 6 OVA episodes on 1 Blu-ray disc in Japanese and English, upscaled from the original masters. New commentary with Doug Smith, the voice of Kintaro. Some of the graphic design was done by Doug as well. Mm-hmm. And
I hear Doug Smith is more popular as the voice talent on this than the actual Japanese voice. It's one
that
of those rare.
Is accurate.
And I have this on DVD. Again, it's a Nickel Flicks $2 acquisition that I just bought because I saw it and I was like, I don't know what this is, but it's cheap. So I have it. You know, this futile thinking that I'm one of these days going to bone up on certain anime that I need to know about.
Hey, maybe.
This one supposed to be pretty good.
Next up is coming soon on Blu-ray. This is Sergeant Frog, the movie's 5 original feature films in HD in Japanese with subtitles. Other extras are going to be on here as well, but I know nothing about these. So that's
artwork not final.
Correct. Because thank goodness.
Sergeant Frog. Yeah, I was going to say. This looks like a hodgepodge. Looks like somebody spilled a salad or something. I mean,
it's 5 feature films, so that would make sense.
Okay, all right. Well, anyway, yeah, there you go, guys. 358 episodes. Well,
I'm recognizing now that I spelled the name wrong because I'm not used to this one. This is the complete Zegapane collection coming to Blu-ray. Coming soon. No release date yet. We got 26 episodes of the Quantum Entangled Mecha action in HD. Includes the 2016 feature film, Zegapane ADP, never before released in English. A bunch of extras that are going to get their own extra disc from Discotek as well. So check it out. Then, Zegapane STA is also coming soon to Blu-ray. Brand new feature film from 2024 in Japanese with English subs. This will be included as part of that Zegapane collection set. So there you go.
Yes. Is now a good time to have a waffle?
Sure, why not?
I don't know about this stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll just be over here.
Crunch away. Digimon, the movies. We've got the English dubs and the Japanese language of Digimon Adventure 2, Revenge of Diaboromon, Digimon Tamers, Battle of Adventurers, and Digimon Tamers, Runaway Locomon. We got bonus features on here as well. I know people have been waiting on that one, so glad Discotech is helping. But probably the biggest one for most people this week is in 2026. They are putting out the complete monster from 2004 and 2005. This is all 74 episodes in HD and Japanese with English subs. They've also got it dubbed in English, coming brand new next year. I know a lot of people are saying that this is their favorite manga of all time. Check that out. Big deal.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure.
And I've never seen it. So good luck.
Good.
In the chat, even, we Wave saying, highly recommend Monster. Give it a watch if you haven't. One of the greatest animes of all time.
Thanks. I'll write that down.
Next is Project ARMS, or Project ARMS, coming into SD on Blu-ray soon from Discotech. 52 episodes in SD in Japanese with subs, plus the classic Viz dubbed version. Other extras coming soon as well. Oh, man. I don't know how to say this one, but I'm going to try. Higurashi Kai, or Kai? I don't know if it's an acronym or...
Higurashi Kai.
I'm assuming that's a word. Higurashi Kai and Higurashi Rei. Will soon be released on Blu-ray disc. Sequels to the all-time creepy classic Higurashi When They Cry, return to home video, dramatically fixed subtitles, fixed video for Kai. Previous releases were not optimal. Rai looks about the same as the previous release, and yes, Higurashi Kai and Higurashi Rai will be separate releases, so you can only get one or the other. I got it. Thanks, Silent Mandible.
Yeah, this boy, Discotech's really laying it on thick here. This is some. On one hand, it's a very impressive pile of stuff they've produced, but on the other hand, it's a lot of SD dumped to Blu-ray.
A few, but I appreciate that.
Do you for shelf space reasons, if nothing else? I mean,
shelf space, and then the discs are far more durable. DVDs will always be an inferior thing for scratching and for deteriorating too.
And I know it was people with a surfacer that I could take my discs to and get them buffed. In fact, I do that with the movies I rent from the library, the public library. I, as a service to them, when I get one of these that looks like it's been like drove over with a car and done in with sandpaper, I just take it up to the shop and say, can we? I don't want to bother the librarians with this, but we got to clean up these discs. It's a public service.
Yeah. Next one from Discotech. Again, no release date, but Zone of the Enders, the complete collection, is coming soon. This is going to include the prequel OVA, Idolo, and the TV series Dolores 1. Both included. It's in Japanese. Also includes the classic ADV Films dubbed version. There will be some extras, but we don't know what they are yet. Next, this is coming as part of their Neon Knights line. We got Bangkok Dangerous from 1999. This is one that I'm excited about. This is the original 1999 Thai action film that the American remake had Nicolas Cage, of course. This is going to have the original 5.1 audio and the trailer. I actually really like a lot of the Neon Knights titles. People should check those out if you're looking to dip a toe in.
Who is it?
Of course. Next one from Neon Knights is SARS Wars, Bangkok Zombie Crisis from 2004. This is an insane action fantasy comedy horror film. Very early Discotech live action release was on DVD, now coming to Blu-ray for the first time. Includes newly fixed subtitles and a 5.1 audio track. It'll include deleted scenes, trailers, music video, and a featurette. Don't have a release date on that, but stoked that it's on the way.
The SARS disease that was real?
I assume so.
I'm having another waffle.
Next up, no release date yet, but Shin Aim for the Ace from 1978 is coming out. This is the 24-episode remake of the original series. This one is from 1978, like I said, subtitled for the first time ever, and it's going to be on 2 discs. If you're into it, that looks like a great release. And then next, coming soon on Blu-ray is Cicader 1 from 1973 to 1974. All 46 episodes SD on Blu-ray. Originally broadcast in 73 and 74. This will be in Japanese with English subtitles. And then Kamen Rider Stronger is coming to Blu-ray. This is from 1975. All 39 episodes coming on 3 different discs. Extras will include a new essay by Mike Dent, an art gallery, and then a belt commercial.
A belt commercial.
A belt commercial in case you need one fixed.
Like for your pants? Did your pants down? Is it that kind of belt?
I'm assuming that, or for your car, or something like that.
You know, a belt might make a good weapon.
It's true. I will check. I will check with Blake 7.
Belt commercial.
The next most upsetting release. We are finally past Discotheque. October 6th. In the UK, Screenbound is putting out Gorgo on 4K from 1961. This is the same one that Vinegar Syndrome put out. But the reason everybody's pissed is if you zoom in here, this artwork looks like the most AI artwork that has ever AI artworked.
Since Casino?
Yeah, literally. If you know what Gorgo looks like, it's not exactly like that because it's not really anything like that at all. This is really bad. I can't zoom in any further. Oh, just barely. But what's really bad is if you zoom in, that is a clock tower there. Mm-hmm. The 2 sides of the clock tower, the arms of the clock or the hands of the clock are not even pointing in the same direction.
It doesn't. They don't know what time it is. How's anybody supposed to know what time it is during this rampage?
Yeah. Anyways,
not Gorgo. That's not Gorgo. Who is that?
I mean, look at the ears on some of the other ones.
What kaiju are we dealing with here that should be talking to its agent about having been having its likeness usurped?
This is very obviously AI, and I really hope people say something to Screenbound because this sort of behavior should be pretty disturbing.
No, that's that needs a different cover. What
Beyond
about everything else? So it comes with a comic book and postcards. I mean, that's a lot of stuff.
Well, I didn't want to point it out because the paper stuff is not, it's bonus and they're using that to inflate the price and stuff. But also some of the postcards are AI generated as well.
I don't even know anymore, Ryan. It's a lot of hooey.
It is a lot of hooey. It's a mess. I'm not even all about the packaging. And honestly, Vinegar Syndrome already did a great job with the disc on this. And a lot of this stuff is ported over from the VS release. So if you really want it, check out the Vinegar Syndrome release of Gorgo. It's a great one. Has incredible artists by the kaiju artist. Yeah, check out that one if you're into it.
You remember a few years ago, or was it last year when Vinegar Syndrome they said, hey, we have all this stuff that we said was out of print. But these limited editions that we said were gone, but really we found a whole bunch in the warehouse. And now we're going to sell them on this sale. So be ready. There was a day where Gorgo, their limited edition, went up, and I was there. I was on it. It's like got it. I mean, and it was sold out like within like less than a minute. It was kind of like the great. Sergio Leone feeding frenzy of yesterday or whatever.
Oh God.
Yeah. So anyway, that was one of my good gets that I got the Vinegar Syndrome Gorgo. So I won't be needing whatever this is. Thank you very much.
Brendan is saying the VS release is out of print. It's not out of print. You can buy it on their site right now. It won't have the slipcover, but you can buy.
Not the one I'm talking about. The one I'm talking about is the fancy pants version that's out of print.
Yeah.
But you could still get the thing, the disc.
Matthias says, thanks for doing this. Love waking up and there's a new show to get me through the day. Doing my best. Glad you're here with us. Jay Weber says, I mean, what is VS supposed to do if they find extra stuff that was announced as sold out? Burn it? No.
That's not the point. It's just that back then there was a lot that they dropped during that sale. I get that, hey, we found a few things here and there, but it's like, hey, we got 1,000 copies of Rad or whatever. It was a little sketchy. That's all.
I understand, and we belabored that as soon as it was announced.
I remember. We don't need to relitigate.
Next up, Kino in 2026 is releasing 10 to Midnight on 4K, the Bronson film. I'm sure you've seen this one, Jim.
I've not seen this. This was one that I was a kid when this one was out. My friends in the grade school were, talking like in fifth grade or what. It's like, hey, we watched this movie 10 to Midnight, and then they'd start describing scenes that I'm not sure were in this movie. Pretty dirty, weird stuff. How over the line is this? Because
it's a pretty dark movie.
Okay,
but it's worth watching.
I've never seen it. I'm no Bronson completist by a mile. I don't seek out Charles Bronson for the sake of Charles Bronson. We have a guy at Zeke Film who does that, so I kind of leave it to him. He got all the Bronson, Kino Lorber Bronsons back when they supplied us with screeners. He did those, and he did a great job reviewing those.
Although it is classic 1983 Wilford Brimley, if you want to read a pre-diabetes commercial, Wilford Brimley.
Yeah. That's a selling point.
Moving right along, Barnes & Noble has launched their semi-annual Arrow Video 50% off sale. This is running until September 14th, and just like that, of course, Amazon is price matching most, not all of the titles, but most of them. It depends on the Barnes & Noble.
Go to Barnes & Noble.
Depends on Barnes & Noble, but they frequently are getting some of these titles in stock before the sale, and you can actually find like some end caps and stuff in person. But also, the sale works online. So my recommendation always is to start with the price leader, and Amazon is matching them, so go with them if you can. I know some people have to shop on Amazon because they have a card for Amazon or whatever, but if you have a choice, go with Barnes & Noble. It is the best choice. You can get a card for Barnes & Noble as well. In fact, they have several different plastic card programs that I can't keep separate in my mind. You can. There's a lot. Yeah. Are you getting anything from the Arrow sale?
I will. Yeah, I'm going to get. I haven't decided entirely yet, but I'd have to look at it. I think the V. What is it? The Japanese films, the V films, the what is that called?
V cinema.
that would be one that I need to get. There's plenty more that I'm a sucker for the limited cases, the 4K hard case editions with the books. Those are nice. I got a nice row of those over there. So whatever is relatively new in that realm that I don't already have that calls my name. I'll be spending some money.
It's a good choice.
Are you doing it? Are you going to any Barnes & Noble?
I am probably God. What is the other one that I needed that I was looking at earlier today? I've got it open in another browser. Let me go just find it.
That's okay.
Well, it's a box set that I was curious that. I closed it.
V Cinema.
It's not that one, and it's not the J Horror Rising, which is the other one that people are getting confused with the V Cinema one.
I don't have that either. I don't have J Horror Rising, and maybe I should.
Well, I recommend the V Cinema one over the J Horror. I think that it's a better box set for sure.
Okay. All right. That's what I'll do. I'll start there.
Texas Chainsaw Massacres. Those are the ones that are releasing right
now. Oh, yeah. No, I won't be getting those.
I definitely want the 2003 one.
I saw that when it came out. And it
stars Jessica and her Beals.
I know, it's fine. It's just I don't, and I have it already on a different format. It's fine. Daniel Pearl shot both those movies, so that's what's interesting.
Yep.
The cinematographer shot both, and they couldn't be more visually different, to his credit.
Yep. Next up, Scream Team releasing. This is an indie distributor that handles a lot of indie horror. They are putting out on Blu-ray, and you can get this right now, 2024's Coffin Tooth. This is really exciting for people that are into like Halloween horror. This says, when Parker's nightmare ends, the all-too-real terror begins. Random people are terrorized by a sinister being on Halloween Eve. One by one, they fall victim to the malevolent Coffin Tooth, who stalks them at every turn. The bodies begin to pile up from the gruesome beginning to the bloody end. There's a couple names you might recognize in this. We've got Anna Clary from Mutilator 2 and Late Checkout, Angel Nicole Bradford from Wolf Hollow and The Barn Part 3. We've got Camille Keaton from the one and only I Spit on Your Grave, and a special appearance by Lloyd Kaufman of Troma fame. This one is going to have a director's and writer's commentary on here. It is pressed disc, so you don't got to worry about that. There's a signed version if you want that as well.
Just looking at the cover here, I don't know anything about this movie Coffin Tooth or what it, but that image looks like ass. Get it?
Oh boy.
Look at that.
88 Films announced a shit ton of releases this week. We're going to go through a bunch of them now. October 13th, they're releasing on Blu-ray over in the UK, Uncle Sam. This is the same Uncle Sam that was previously released on 4K here in the US by Blue Underground, which looks way better than it should. But yeah, if you're into their Slasher Classics collection, it is a part of that, which might be a reason for you to check this out.
This is a Larry Cohen joint I have not...
Yep.
I've not ever seen. And
another Larry Cohen is on sale right now. The Stuff from Arrow just came out on 4K.
That I have seen. That's a lot of fun.
Love them.
This though, I have not seen, and I'm wondering, maybe while it's here as a topic, if I were able to snag this for under $18 on 4K Blue Underground at my local shop, should I? I've never seen this film, and I don't know if it's worth that when I could spend that.
It's worth a watch, and it looks shockingly good on 4K. Is it a need to own? Probably not.
Probably not. Okay, that's what I figured. I was like, that this is maybe not kind of thing. I was on the fence. I remain on the fence. I don't know why.
The weird thing is when you look at this cover, you're thinking like 1985. This came out in 1996.
I know. That was another thing about it. I looked up and I was taken aback by the release date.
Yeah.
1996 for this thing. It's very much channeling, even then, I guess, channeling VHS nostalgia of a decade earlier.
Yep. Well, and it's directed by Bill Lustig, who runs Blue Underground. So
right.
That runs through his veins.
I guess it would. That's a selling point too. But this not being 4K from 88 films, I don't understand why. Why are we getting this?
Yeah, I believe this is the first UK release of this on Blu-ray. So
I guess there's that.
Next up, one that's been released on Blu-ray in the US and the UK before. We've got The Town That Dreaded Sundown from 76. This is another one that's coming as part of the Slasher Classics collection on October 20th. Great movie. I actually really enjoy this one, and I really like the, quote, remake, which is actually sort of a sequel. I suggest checking this out, but I think most people watching and listening to this probably already have this movie. Fun movie, and if you haven't seen it, truly check out the sequel. It's underrated. It's from like 2012, 2013. Pretty good.
Okay.
Have you seen this one? Probably not.
No. It looks. I mean, again, that's a compelling image of a pillowcase killer or whatever. A hoodie and a pillowcase? I don't know. Yeah, The Town That Dreaded Sundown. This is a movie that comes up every now and then when the discussion of the Slasher Classics is being had.
Hence the collection.
Yeah, a conversation that I'm personally burned out on.
Yeah, it's pretty good. This is one of the better ones.
Yeah.
And considering when it came out, it's one of the earlier ones, too.
It says I have to watch this ASAP.
And that's directed by somebody from, or I was saying Tony has directed you to say it, but from somebody from Australia. So it means something, right?
What?
Never mind. The guy saying you need to watch it as soon as possible.
Move on.
Here we go. October 20th, they're also releasing No Orchids for Miss Blandish from 1948. This, I believe, was previously released by Indicator, which is sort of weird that they're doing it in the UK because Indicator fairly recently, like 5 years ago, just did this as well. Kino also released it.
I got a review copy back then. I reviewed this film. I remember nothing. I remember joking, calling it No Orchids for Miss Bland. You know, and not that that's the greatest line of all time or anything, but I was desperate to amuse myself because, give her roses instead. Yeah, no, it's. I can't. My review is out there on Zeke Film. It's probably very negative.
I would assume so. And attached with it is the film Who? 1974, starring Elliot Gould as contractually obligated in every film from the 1970s.
Yes.
This was also previously released by both Kino and Indicator, I believe.
And yeah, we reviewed this. I didn't personally review Who because it has the exclamation, or not the, it has a question mark in the title. Who? I did not review this one, but somebody else did at Zeke Film, and he is a little more favorable about Who than I was about Miss Blandish.
Good to know. So that's October 27th on Blu-ray and DVD, if you are super into a DVD copy of that.
Yeah.
Next up, October 13th, they're releasing Bad Channels. This is a Full Moon title coming on 88 Films in the UK. This has a much better looking cover than the US release of Bad Channels. But some extras on this. We got audio commentary with Ted Nicolau, and then Dave Wayne and Maddie Bootwrights is doing the commentary on there as well. Not much to say about this one. I know that a lot of people are into this. We're going to be talking about some more Full Moon in a little bit.
All right.
This one, though, October 27th in the UK, October 14th in the US, we're getting a 4K and Blu-ray release from 88 of SS Experiment Love Camp from 1976.
Nazis are all the rage.
SS Experiment Love Camp.
Yeah.
Probably the most infamous entry into the Nazi exploitation genre, Sergio Garone's entry.
They say that on every one of these, though. You know,
I mean, they're all pretty notorious.
Gestapo's Last Orgy, the most notorious of all. You know, every one of them is the most notorious.
Yeah.
So, what do you? We're going to read this copy or what?
Let's read it. Probably the most infamous entry into the Nazi exploitation genre. This is a harrowing and deliberately triggering experience, which, even by today's standards, is as powerful as it was when it originally released in 1976. From its provocative tabloid baiting original poster of a naked woman dangling crucified and wait, this is their actual copy of a naked woman dangling crucified and naked.
Wow. She's double naked. Can you be more naked than naked? And the answer is yes.
I guess. The movie pushed the boundaries as far as it could. Set during the tail end of World War II, we followed the deranged experiments performed on innocent prisoners of war by the utterly sadistic and evil Colonel von Kleiben in his attempt to create the perfect Aryan race. Shockingly glorious and endlessly exploitative, the movie continues to disgust audiences all over the globe nearly 50 years after its initial release. This is not cut in the UK at all. The BBFC cleared this 100%. I know a lot of people were questioning that. As far as I know, there's not even that much like super scathing in this film. It's just Nazi, and that alone is what's questionable about this. We got new 4K remaster from the original negatives. We've got a Dolby Vision HDR on top of that. We got an audio commentary by Eugenio Ercolani and Nani Cobretti. We've got an interview with the director, Sergio Garone. We've got an interview with the music historian, Pier Paolo De Sanctis. Interview with the editor, interview with the cinematographer. Cool.
Can I just take a minute to make a point here?
Please.
Again, with my library stack of classic films from the history of cinema, very, very unavailable. These are DVDs. This stuff is not available on any other format. The films of Kenneth Anger. Can't get it. This is Robert Flaherty, one of his great travel documentaries of yore. It's called Louisiana Story. Can't get it. Frederick freaking Wiseman documentary, High School. This stuff is not that attainable very easily. You have to go through Weissman's website to get it. And again, even then, probably just a DVD. We don't know. And, all it goes on. 47 running it. This stuff relegated to DVD. You have to go to the library. And yet, SS Love Camp Experiment 4K
and Blu-ray.
Here. And what our priorities, as fun as this sort of thing is, and I think everything ought to be available in as good a format as possible. But aren't our priorities in physical media land a little whacked?
Yes. The only thing I will push back on is for the classics, obviously, licensing is a major problem for most of them, and then element issues are a problem. The fact that we got the OCN for this and it's been preserved for the last 50 years is fucking weird when some like actual modern classics haven't even been. And
I understand what sells and all. I'm just saying, you guys. And I'll probably buy this at some point because this, who can resist? Not Nazi lunacy. It looks like they're opening the Ark of the Covenant, and all these poor prisoners are being zapped by the lightning of God Himself, and then we'll get zapped for watching it. That's what
sad but true.
That's what we get. But I'm just saying. I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like I don't know. I feel like the whole thing is too much of a cesspool. To
put a button on this title because that's a lot of Nazis. Sibner texted me and said when I'm talking about the name Colonel von Kleiben, I have to say it in my Arnie voice, so I will say Colonel von Kleiben. That's what I got. Let's go to our next one. We've got The Barbarians coming on Blu-ray on October 27th over in the UK from 88. Nothing new as far as extras. These are all things that have been on the Blu-ray released by Kino and elsewhere, I believe, or maybe not. Maybe they're new because it looks like Troy Howarth and Eugenio Orcolani is on this. I'm not sure if that's on the old one. I will have to check it out because this is a movie I've been meaning to see. Have you seen The Barbarians?
I think I've seen this, and I've seen a few other. These guys are fun.
Yeah.
The Barbarian brothers, it's sad what's happened to them in real life, but but man, back in the day, they were good as far as your Stallone, Schwarzenegger kind of derivative talent that you'd see. I think you got yourself a enjoyable time at the movies here.
It is true. Although, just like Sibner just said to me, this is not the Barbarian release we asked for. Come on, Disney, give us Barbarian.
Oh, well, that's different.
Jay Weber wants to know what happened in real life to them. Well, I know one of them is now sadly passed away.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, and apparently the circumstance, I'm hazy on it, to tell you the truth, but I remember reading about it back when I was supposed to have reviewed one of their movies. I don't know if I may have reviewed this one on Kino. Did this come out on Kino?
It did, yeah.
Okay, that was it. I think I reviewed this one on Kino. And I remember reading about them and just feeling like, oh.
Yeah. Next up from them is coming from their Nikatsu Roman porno line on October 13th, and that is Playful White Fingers from 1972. If that doesn't get you into the theater, then I don't know what does. This one is going to have an audio commentary. Some very scandalous Japanese theaters. We've got a commentary by Amber T and Jasper Sharp, exclusive new interview with Toru Murukawa, new filmed introduction by Kai Chiba, and then Scrap Cars and the Death of Affect, booklet essay by Dimitri Ianni. I gotta be honest, nobody else is putting out any of these Nikatsu Roman porno titles, and I'm really stoked that they keep doing it.
Yeah, I'm actually glad that this sort of thing gets its day. I had my rant a few minutes ago, but as they say, sin sells. We know that. But this is Playful White Fingers. It's not the playful that I'm wondering about. It's the white
Yep.
Why is it like a dead person, like a corpse? It's devoid of blood. We don't know. And is this stuff? This is Nikatsu. Is this adjacent to the Pink? I mean, obviously we have the Pink slipcase here.
Yes.
I reviewed a few of these Pink films that came out on DVD from Redemption DVD last year. They looked horrible.
Yep.
And I gather that those films are shot poorly, and then the DVD on top of that is poor. I think we talked about this in another episode of this last year. Is this the same kind of thing? Or are these shot better? Or is this different from the regular Pink films I'm thinking of?
It is a completely different movement of films, specifically by one production company, Nikatsu, and it was around similar times, but the Pink film was, for the most part, a little more exploitative. But essentially, you could probably fold stuff like this kind of tangentially into the Pink movement. Okay.
That's good. Yeah, it's just for my own taste, a little, higher production value is appreciated.
Yes.
Okay.
And the big thing is, thankfully, we got Jasper Sharp, who is the expert on all this, on the extras here, talking about it, doing a commentary with Amber T, who does some really great work as well. So
jump into this.
Check it out if you're into that.
And yeah, that's not going to be. That's just overseas only anyhow, so I can't get it.
Overseas only and Blu-ray only, and it'll probably be pretty cheap on release. So if you're into it and you got a region-free player, unlike Jim, you could check it out.
Yeah.
October 27th, over in the UK, they're getting a Blu-ray of Peacock King from 1988, which I know nothing about, but I looked up some reviews, and this sounds really good. It says, 2 magically powerful monks are sent on a quest to fight the King of Hell. And that alone, I am all on board. This is going to have an HD Blu-ray presentation, and we've got an audio commentary by Frank Jiang and FJ DeSanto, Yuen Biao on the Peacock King, Tony Raines on Peacock King, additional footage from the Japanese release, and this is going to be one of their deluxe releases. I've never seen this one, but it looks and sounds fantastic.
Peacock King. They have a royal hierarchy. It's determined with martial arts. See it.
Yeah. See it. Next, Norman J. Warren's Prey from 1977 is getting a Blu-ray and DVD release from them on October 13th. Another odd one that has got a VS release. I believe this was in the box set from Indicator of Norman J. Warren releases when they did it. And yet another new UK release. So now you can check this out on multiple iterations. I do really like the cover art on this, and I think this is a pretty good film.
There's a lot going on there.
Norman J. Warren, have you seen much from him?
No, but I read about it. I almost bought a bunch of Norman J. Warren movies at one point from, I think it was Indicator. And, they have those sales and everything's all cheapo standard editions. And I almost bought a bunch once and thought better of it. So, no, I don't. They say it is in the Indicator set here, too, in the comments.
Yeah, in Indicator, just like Adam said, I think they're losing a lot of their licenses, and a lot of that stuff is about to move over to other labels. So keep an eye out. Although, 88 Films isn't gussing this up in any way. They're not adding anything new. So that Indicator release is probably still the best way to see this, other than the VS release. So, yeah, check it out if you're into it. Oh, man. Joe D'Amato in the 90s. Let's talk about this. November 25th, we are getting a 4K and Blu-ray release in the U.S. from 88 Films. I cannot find any evidence that there's a UK release of this coming, but it's quite likely that this is getting a UK release as well. This is 11 Days, 11 Nights 2 from 1991, directed by one and only Joe D'Amato. There is a first one. This is not one of those just randomly named sequels. But yeah, Joe D'Amato, known for being a master of softcore, I guess. And as you can tell by the cover here, this film is going to get into it. This one, we got a booklet with notes from Callum Waddell and Rachel Nisbet, new 4K remaster from the original negatives. We've got Dolby Vision HDR on this as well. Audio commentary from Eugenio Ercolani and Nani Cobretti. We've got an interview with the dubbing director, Mark Thompson Ashworth, interview with the composer, Piero Montanari, interview with the music historian, Pier Paolo De Sanctis. We've got the Italian opening and closing credits on this. But yeah, Joe D'Amato in 4K. How do you feel?
2. 11
It is
Days,
2.
11 Nights 2. I've not seen 1, so I guess I'd be lost here. Although that said, there's 2 reasons I find this cover strangely compelling. I don't know. I mean, that's this is looks good.
Joe D'Amato, not exactly well, I guess you could say.
Well, yeah, I mean, you say softcore, but let's be honest here. There is any kind of core really in the filmography of this man. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I've not seen this one, so I don't know if this is a core film.
It's a core Joe D'Amato film, maybe. Maybe not. Anyway, here it is on 4K, 11 Days, 11 Nights 2.
That being said, I would not be surprised if this is like the opening of a wellspring of Joe D'Amato softcore titles coming in 4K. I feel like his stuff has been ripe for exploitation on physical media.
Way to phrase it. All right, there you go.
Next up, October 7th on Blu-ray in the U.S. from Mill Creek, the thing that they do best, Ultraman. And even then, sometimes they screw that up. Ultraman Arc, the complete series and movie from 2024 and 2025 is coming. You can pre-order this now. Ultraman. I don't think I've ever seen more than about 12 minutes of Ultraman.
I started watching the very first Ultra Q or whatever that was, the TV show. They were trying to do a kaiju TV series in black and white in the 60s or whatever. I started with that on these Blu-rays that Mill Creek was doing. They did a good job on those early ones. I know that. It was kind of surprising because Mill Creek and all.
Yeah.
I never moved. I own the other 2 subsequent ones. I bought them all at the same time. Never moved on. No, I never got past Ultra Q, so I've never actually seen Ultraman show up. He doesn't show up in Ultra Q. But, yeah, okay. Aaron says, yeah, it's Ultra Q's delightful, but the rest isn't my thing, but I own a lot of the sets. Same here. So, yeah. I'm not going to get this.
Next up, then, we've got Real Vault, who is a company that many people don't know about. They are putting out on August 26th, so very soon, a Blu-ray here in the U.S. of Pointed Heels from 1929. This is a supposedly new 2K restoration of the film. This is likely going to be on a BDR, and essentially what Real Vault does is gets films in the public domain, and they find access to some sort of elements and then restore those elements, even though these are not like the original elements, of course.
Yeah. It's kind of like classic flicks, but not as...
Yeah, classic flicks without the gusto.
What gets me here is these extras.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about here because on the extras, we got an audio commentary by Richard Barrios. We've got 5 rare colorized Betty Boop cartoons. But if that's not enough, they have 44 classic black and white Betty Boop cartoons included as well. That's 49 Betty Boop cartoons in one disc.
And I don't understand why they separate them just because the colorized 70s ones or whatever, those are different. But then, I'm sorry, that many Betty Boop cartoons just getting dumped on here is a weird kind of red flag that we don't see very often. When they announce a title like this, Pointed Heels is a film from 1929 that very early Paramount talkie. That gets my interest, and I look into it, and I'm like, I don't know what this company is. I don't know what they're doing, and they're just filling the disc with stuff. I guess it's a Warner Night at the Movies approach where, hey, we got some 1920s cartoons to put on here with it, which you would see if you went and saw this back then in the theater. You'd get your cartoon, and you'd get your Paramount cartoon, which would be a Fleischer Studios, which is the studio of Betty Boop. So I guess there's a logic to it. But that said, it's all one disc, right?
All one disc, and likely on a BDR. That is that is approaching a lot of the limits of what you should put on a disc.
Boy, guys, I don't know.
I'm not necessarily mad about the accessibility for what's on here. However, if you're don't like look into this thing as a bastion of quality.
Okay.
It's public domain. You can probably see this on like archive.org and a bunch of other places online. That being said, it's cool that there's going to be an official an official like manufactured release of this for everybody. The Betty Boop cartoons are cool, but again, putting 49 as a sort of an afterthought thing to supplement a PD film is questionable.
These cartoons run between 6 and 10 minutes. And I mean, do the math.
Yeah, that's a lot of minutes for one Blu-ray.
I'll get this if it's cheap enough and all that, down the line. I'll pick this up just to watch Pointed Heels.
And you can pre-order it on Amazon already. And if that's not enough and you want more from Real Vault, they're also putting out King Kung Fu from 1976. This is the unforgettable story of a Chinese gorilla who knew karate. Oh boy. Raised as a lifelong house pet Alfunku, a Chinese karate master, the gorilla uses kung fu to attack and defeat the master during a lesson. Embarrassed, the master gives him to the United States as a friendly gesture, where he is displayed in Wichita, Kansas. As a publicity stunt, the gorilla King Kung Fu is set free, and the police captain J.W. Duke, who bears a striking resemblance to a Western star, LOL, and his first officer, Pilgrim, get involved in an extensive chase to recover him, along with love interest Ray Fay, oh my god, and the rest of the town. The comedy and suspense continue until the girl and the gorilla end up on the tallest building in Wichita, the Holiday Inn. Full of cliches, spoofs, and a cast of memorable characters the whole family will love. This is supposedly a new 4K restoration of this film, which also questionable for a public domain company. This is also going to include a Making of King Kung Fu short film by Nathan Light. But you can check this out. This is going to be available on Amazon, and not sure about much else, but August 26th, also coming to Blue.
Just because you can export the film file as a 4K doesn't mean...
Well, it's not a 4K UHD. They're claiming it's a restoration. And I would love to hear what a new 4K restoration of this film means, because this is probably like a very third or fourth generation print.
Yeah.
And when they say 4K restoration, it was probably scanned in 4K on like a Blackmagic scanner.
Yeah.
And is not going to be what you think of when you hear the words 4K restoration.
Well, we'll see, won't we? I mean, this is, I don't know what this is.
It sounds enjoyable. It sounds fun.
Yeah, it's something this company can get a hold of and put out there, and here it is, and take it or don't. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
that's enough. That's enough about Wichita, because it's Wichita. Next up, Dread Presents on November 11th is releasing a Blu-ray of The Jester Chapter 2, which I don't remember hearing about The Jester Chapter 1. However, I've seen the trailer for this multiple times in the theater over the last couple of weeks, which is weird because they are like kind of trying to really hype this thing up. This is coming soon, but I think you'll be able to see this in some theaters.
I do not know. I have not seen the trailer for Jester Chapter 2, or even I didn't know about Jester Chapter 1, so I guess I'm out of it.
Same. Next up, The Ginger Dead Man versus Evil Bong, a very full moon type of title from 2013, is getting another Blu-ray release. No word on anything else or craziness coming on this, but not my type of full moon film, I got to be honest.
Did you ever have one of these stoop waffles? These are
I have, yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty good stuff. I'm just kind of, these announcements like this make me think about having a, shift. I don't know. I have so not like negative interest in evil bong or whatever the crap. I don't
Good
even. Just
What's funny is we still have like 30 things to cover.
All right, let's do it. All right, I'm good.
Dread is also releasing Ed Kemper from 2025, November 11th on Blu-ray. He is also from Wichita, Kansas.
More murdering and death. It's always murder and death and killing and
yes,
yeah.
Ed Kemper.
A real story of an American Psycho.
Next, The Devil's Rejects from 2005, getting a 4K steelbook from Lionsgate. This is an Amazon exclusive. You've got all kinds of extras on here, and people are probably pretty excited about this because it includes 30 Days in Hell, the making of The Devil's Rejects, which is a really great documentary.
It is. It's good. It's very thorough.
I love this movie. The hard part with this release for most people is that this appears to only be the theatrical release of the film, and most people prefer the unrated cut of this film. That being said, I love this movie. I'm glad it's getting a good, proper 4K release. The Steelbook is take it or leave it. Not stupendous in my eyes, but if this is the only way we're going to get it, so be it. Yeah, love this.
It's a good movie. I'll sign off on it. It's hard. It's rough. It's rough sledding, but I think people know that. It seems like something that would already have 6 other Steelbook releases.
And it's got at least 1 or 2, I think. But I believe this is the first 4K release of the film yet.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
something.
All right.
More Dan Curtis. And this one, if you notice.
Oh, go up. Yeah. Oh, look at that punctuation, Dan. CURTIS apostrophe nothing. I am vindicated. Thank you very much.
Well, isn't that worse though that they're going with both styles on 2 different releases?
Mm-hmm.
I bet they update one of those before release.
Oh no, I think it stays like this because they had a debate in the office. There was this very, very debate. They came to a head. They realized, well, there is no one answer for this, maybe, and that's like, okay, fine. We'll just do one way and one the other way, and we'll see which one sells better. Here we are. Dan Curtis, Dead of Night.
Around the table, they said, I don't want to make you mad, and I don't want to make you mad. We'll make all of the consumers mad and do them differently.
Right. No one wins. Are you happy? Kino Lorber? Okay.
Oh, man. This is hilarious. October 28th, this is coming on Blu-ray. This is Dead of Night from 1977. This is an anthology that was from Dan Curtis as well. This is going to include new audio commentary by Tim Lucas on one of these. This is going to include some introductions. We've got A Darkness at Blaisdon HD upres of the 1969 TV pilot. Some other extras on here that are archival. This is really cool, and this is why I'm glad that these are coming in some sort of curated package. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's great. It's I don't know. It might not exactly be my own thing, but whatever. I approve of the punctuation on the title, on the cover, and that's really what matters.
That's the only thing. So good job. Thanks, Jim. 2021's Mortal Kombat is getting a 4K Steelbook re-release on October 7th. You can pre-order it now. Not much to say about that one. This has happened before. Next, though, Studio Canal in the UK on October 13th, putting out a Blu-ray of One Potato, Two Potato from 1964 with Barbara Barry and Bernie Hamilton. Brand new 4K restoration of the film. New interview with Barbara Barry in this. And then we've got a new interview with Larry Pierce. Have you seen this one?
No. I did just pick up the Kino, though.
Nice.
It's One Potato, Two Potato. 1964 film. It's new to me. I'll say that. This is one of those films that I was unfamiliar with, but I'm happy to learn about.
Can I just say, I think it's incredible that in 2025, we are getting Blu-ray releases with new interviews with a director from 1964 and the star of that film from 1964.
I'm glad
that
they were able to,
is amazing.
It is amazing. I'm glad they were able to make that happen.
Generally, it would be surprising to have even one of those, and we got both. Like that is truly incredible. Lionsgate Limited, everybody's favorite U.S.-centric site that most people in the world cannot order from, announced a few titles. September 16th, they're putting out a 4K steelbook of Daybreakers from 2008. This is the vampire movie starring Sam Neill and Ethan Hawke in a 15th anniversary Dolby Vision steelbook release. We've got some new special features, building the world of Daybreakers, art and craft, the actors of Daybreakers, a gag reel, art department and lighting test, costume, hair, and makeup test, first subsider test, makeup special effects tape, stunt department on the set of Daybreakers, plus some legacy special features. If you recently got the Umbrella delayed release that just started arriving to people the day this went up for pre-order, you do have some exclusive special features from Umbrella. I believe they have an exclusive commentary. But Daybreakers, did you ever check this one out?
No. I'm trying to remember if I remember this, but I don't remember it. So I guess
I remember loving the first half, and then it kind of falls apart. It's got some like unique vampire storylines that we don't normally get in vampire films, but then it just gets a lot of muddling around the halfway point. But it's fine. I love Ethan Hawke, so I'll watch anything with him.
And Willem Dafoe, man.
Yeah, he's all right, I guess. I'm just kidding. For everybody that's about to attack me in the chat, that was a joke. He's incredible. We all know that.
No, he meant it. Get him.
Next, they are also doing a 4K steelbook, side exclusive, of course, only, of Meatballs from 1979, the Bill Murray Meatballs. This is going to include Ivan Reitman, head counselor, as an exclusive feature, including The Sound of Summer establishing shot with Jason Reitman, casting camp, the original 1978 Meatballs casting sessions, and then some archival special features as well. This includes a Blu-ray disc of the film. And I know most people are probably upset that this isn't Meatballs 3, but did you ever see Meatballs, Jim?
Yes. I saw it as an adult, which is weird because this, again, is another one of those movies that as a kid, the other kids would talk about in hushed tones, like, I saw this movie Meatballs. And I just kind of grew up thinking this was akin to Porky's, and it's not. This is
quite a bit more tame.
Yeah, this is a PG rated, it's shenanigans. It's not even that great of a comedy. Bill Murray is in it. I don't know. I think I'm good with my old DVD. What do you think?
I don't know. This is one I've not seen in a long time. I remember thinking it's okay, and even then I was younger and into sillier things than I am now, so I imagine it's probably a lot worse than I remember it even. Yeah, it's been a long time. I probably don't need this for a $35 4K steelbook for me.
Yeah, I knew the gags because, again, the kids would tell this happens in this movie and that happens in this movie. They put the fat kid's pants up the flagpole, and I remember feeling bad for the fat kid in my mind. Yeah. Like, I hadn't seen the movie, but, just hearing that, I thought, oh, well, that sounds just mean. That just sounds mean. So I don't know. Yeah. It's Meatballs. We would, you call a movie, Hot Dog the movie or whatever back then. It's like food is funny.
It's true. Hamburger the movie.
Yeah. Food. It's like, what is that? Just food. Call it food, and that's like shorthand for this is a kooky comedy.
Well, the probably the biggest case of whiplash that we're going to have this week. Let's go from Daybreakers and Meatballs to Requiem for a Dream, getting a 4K lenticular gift box.
Okay.
This feels like a weird.
Oh, you were right. That was the worst case of whiplash, not just of the night, but of the whole ever disconnected.
I can't believe the people that only listen to this in podcast form later are not going to be able to see you literally falling on the floor. That was incredible, Jim. That is committing to the bit. Well done.
Thanks. Well, from the awards, the Carrie spoof. When I need
all in always.
I need to beat myself up. I will.
I can't imagine giving anybody a gift box of Requiem for a Dream.
Requiem for a Dream gift box.
Yeah, it's an odd choice here. That being said, if you love this movie, this is truly a beautiful set of this. I do have the 4K Steelbook, and as far as I can tell, that is the exact same thing here. So I don't. Did they add? Does anybody else know? Did they add HDR or anything different on here? I think these are all the same.
Well, if it doesn't say it, I mean, wouldn't that be
it? Well, you would think that they would advertise that more, but sometimes it's not even like, hey, look what we added, because they don't want to shame them for it.
They forget.
Yeah. So I've already got the previous 4K for this. I don't need this. But that being said, if I loved this movie more, this would be one to get, because it looks like a really nice release. I got to admit. Okay,
let's just say this is a good movie. This is important. It actually connects back to the old, drug scare movies.
Yeah.
In its own weird and artful, over the top Darren Aronofsky way. But yeah, it's the kind of movie that most of us think, well, I'll watch that once.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is probably one of the movies that is high on the list of literally, I don't need to own that because I only need to see it once, for a lot of people. Yeah. I'm glad to have seen it. And if you are literally trying to scare somebody away from drugs, this is a great movie for that, for sure.
Yeah. And Meatballs is that for Meatballs. If you're trying to scare somebody off of that, off of pasta and, that these two, it's like the Barbenheimer of tonight, isn't it?
Yep.
Meatballs and Requiem for a Dream.
Hell of a double feature.
You got to watch them back to back, or you're just not doing it right.
I don't know how, but this sort of logically makes sense to go with that. Our next one is Eddington. A24 releasing Eddington on a shop exclusive 4K and a wide Blu-ray release. This is going to have a bonus feature of Made in Eddington, a making of doc that's 33 minutes. And then, of course, A24 putting in their collectible postcards in here. It's going to have Dolby Vision on the 4K, but I don't know. I feel like they could have done so much better for extras on this. Did you get a chance to see this one in the theater?
Yes, I did.
How'd you feel?
Good. It's really good. It's a smart movie. This is a movie I think people are just sleeping on, and they shouldn't be. To our local Alamo Drafthouse's credit, that it's sticking around. And nice. I thought, I made a point of going out and seeing it 2 weeks ago today. I guess it was a Thursday, 2 weeks ago. And I thought it was going away that day because all you hear about is what a flop it is. This is a movie that it doesn't, how do you discuss this? It's challenging. Thank you. Yeah, about the COVID times, and it's basically just holding a mirror up to the insanity of America. 2020 post 2020. I don't know, man. What do you think?
I thought it did a really great job of capturing the zeitgeist, and I think that in a few years, a lot of people are going to realize that they just weren't prepared to see that yet. I think
it is one of those things. I saw the trailer and thought, boy, who's going to go see that?
Yeah.
We don't, that is like, we do not want to see COVID-19 movies. That is like, but once you get over that mental hurdle and you're actually in the theater watching this, I think this is something solid. Yes. Silent Mandible, something solid. And I wish the 4K would be more widely available because it is a visually interesting movie. I don't know that every little thread in this thing works. There's a lot crammed into it. But man, on the whole, it lands.
I also think that so far, and this kind of ties in with the phrase that you used earlier, post-Parasite world. I think this is one of the only films that I've seen really touch on, just to be, I guess, really obvious about what it is, but like the data center aspect of the future of the world, because Man, we are about to be depleting a lot of resources, and the incendiary way that is being done in many small communities is truly shown here in ways that I've not seen captured other than on local news, which is a terrifying sentence to say out loud that I've never said before right now.
Well, you're right on though, and credit to you. It's the solid gold Magikarp in the movie. The name alone begs for pages and pages of intellectual unpacking that we on a high-minded show like this simply just don't have time for. But that is something that the movie begins and ends with, and really that's about it. But that's what that movie's about.
Yeah, I mean, it's exploitation of classes, and that's going to continue as they see fit.
Mm-hmm. So do check it out, folks. This is a lot of my St. Louis film critic cohorts just came out of this and said, I didn't get to see it at the screening with them, but I saw them at other screenings where they're complaining about this for after the fact. Like, that director's a no talent. I'm done with him. I'm done with all of that. And most overhyped director. Just done. And it's like, come on, you guys. I was like, you're making me want to see it. And sure enough, I like it. So I don't know.
It's good. And an incredible cast, really great performances. We got Wave saying this is Joaquin Phoenix's best performance since The Master. I don't know that I could argue that. I think he does some really incredible stuff in this that is stretching kind of further than he did in Joker even.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. Moving along. Another pretty decent one from this year. September 9th, we are getting a 4K Steelbook, but then a standard Blu-ray and DVD in the US from Disney and Pixar of Elio. Disney continuing their trend of no standard 4Ks in the US. This will likely get a standard 4K over in the UK because they like them more. I don't know why. Extras on this one, they're going to have Inside the Communiverse. This is about the world and characters of Elio. Out of This World and Astro Q&A. Astronomic Art Class with Ooh and Glordon. Extraterrestrial Easter eggs and fun facts. Galactic gag reel. Deleted scenes. Check out the scenes that didn't make the final cut. And this will be on a 4K. It will have Dolby Atmos, as they are doing pretty well with that. Elio, did you get to see Elio? You did?
Didn't care for it as much. Oh. I saw it. Yeah, I did not care for Elio as much. I was disappointed with it. I've been a big Pixar stan for I don't know how long, and I've always said that the only bad movie they made was Cars 2. I don't know that this is bad, but it's. I felt like I could see the cards on the bulletin board in the Pixar story breaking room going, okay, well, here's where the heartbreak happens, and here's where the action scene happens. And also, just as a history of animation professor who makes a point of seeing all these animated mainstream movies, I'm getting kind of burned out on them, and maybe my attitude's a little fried. I watched K-pop Demon Hunters and was so bored.
Which, by the way, has the number one song in the country right now is from that film.
Go figure. I mean, the songs are catchy. I just, it eludes me. The whole K-pop Demon Hunters phenomenon eludes me because I didn't find the movie very, I found it remote. This movie's different. This one is the other direction, pushing emotions at you. And almost in a rote way, I found. It's loud. It's when I feel like I'm watching a mainstream animated movie, I could close my eyes and just know that it's an animated mainstream movie. That's not good for me. I like to, especially when they're trafficking in more complex themes, which most animated movies do.
Noodles wants to know if you watched the remastered Grave of the Fireflies that just was in the theater.
No, I've not. I would. I actually had tickets and had to not go. I have a subscription to Alamo Drafthouse, so I could. It's the AMC A-list for me, I did reserve tickets to that, and then I couldn't make it at the last minute for some reason. I regret it.
How does Alamo do their subscription? Because we had one, but we don't have an Alamo anymore. So I'd love to hear about that one.
Well, it's the same thing, isn't it? I mean, it's about 40. I think it's a few bucks more than what AMC would charge for a 2-seat subscription. It's $43 a month.
Oh, that's not that bad.
But they don't have the thing AMC does, where you could just go to IMAX and 3D, and all that is the same. They do upcharge you if you go to their quote unquote big show,
the premium one.
It's their giant screen. It's a nice auditorium. It's really big. It's really good. That one is they service charge you every time you reserve a ticket. It's like a few bucks service charge on top of your subscription. So I don't know if AMC does that.
No,
they don't. Okay. Well, Alamo.
How many films do you get with Alamo?
It's unlimited. It's just one a day. It's one. If you wanted to, it could be one a day. I don't use it nearly to that degree, but it's worth it still. Some months they make money on me, and some months I get my money's worth.
That sounds like a great deal that you could literally go to one, if you're able to go multiple days a week. But I love the flexibility of I can do 4 a week, but I can do all 4 in one day.
Yeah, no, that Alamo won't let you do that. But the all-in-one day thing that you can do. So there's a lot more flexibility with AMC, but our AMC theaters here, the behavior in the auditoriums and all this is pretty untenable these days. It's really bad. Phones and talking and people wandering around, and it's just at Alamo, you don't get that. They show that thing at the beginning. This is a quiet zone. Everyone will be thrown out if you talk, and it works. And for me, I will take the servers shuffling around and the lights under the desks that you get at Alamo over the crowd behaving badly at an AMC or the other local chains that we have here in St. Louis.
Sounds worth it. If I could go multiple times a week, that would be perfect for me.
Yeah. It's not the same, but for me, it's worth it.
Yeah, I get that. One of the more exciting things to come out of physical media this week is we finally got the first pre-order for New Wave Video out of Australia. This is a friend of the show, John Matthews, who is the host, one of the two hosts of Imprint Cast. Tony, who was here in the chat earlier, is probably still here, but he's probably working at the moment. Hi, Tony. John and his wife run the new label, New Wave Video, and they are starting with a frickin' bang. First up is Rubber's Lover from 1996. This says, a cyberpunk nightmare drenched in industrial horror and psychedelic visions unfolds in this underground classic. Rogue scientists conduct sadistic experiments, pushing the boundaries of sensory overload and drug-induced psychic abilities, leading to madness and destruction. From the visionary mind of Shozen Fukui, who did 964 Pinocchio, which we've talked about a couple times on the show. Rubber's Lovers transports viewers into a world of tech, sensory overload, and mind-melting paranoia. This brutal fusion of body horror and high-concept sci-fi is shot in stark black and white, creating a raw and visceral look that fans of the cyberpunk genre won't want to miss. This director-approved special edition will have a new 4K restoration by New Wave Video themselves from the original 16mm camera and sound negatives. We've got new rubber visions and interview with the director, Fukui. New Posipunk, Jasper Sharp, who we talked about earlier, is speaking on Rubber's Lover. There's a new visual essay by Suzanne Boleyn. We've got a theatrical trailer booklet with new essays by Michelle Kisner and Stanley Luck. New artwork by Lucas Peveril and inner design by Grind Dead Productions with the original theatrical art on the other side. This comes with a slipcover with UV spot gloss, and it's a limited edition of 1,200 units. Now, the crazy thing is what we're always talking about with Umbrella and Imprint is the prices being sort of ridiculous. I got to give a huge shout out to John for being super great with the pricing on these. So New Wave Video is putting out 2 titles. We're going to talk about the other one in just a moment. But both of these titles you can get shipped to the U.S. from Australia for like less than $70 U.S., That is very, very impressive out of the gate. To be able to do that is incredible. They're also offering a bundle with the T-shirt for Rubber's Lover, and if you get the 2 films and the T-shirt, it's less than $100 shipped. It is shocking how low they're doing that. I mean, that is less than one of the imprint 4Ks, which I understand imprint is putting a lot of work into those, but for a brand new label, that is very, very cool that they can do that.
I'm not familiar with the movie, but
it's very Tetsuo coded.
I was going to just say, is this like the Tetsuo Iron Man kind of aesthetic? Is there that kind of sonic bombardment that you get with those films?
Yeah, it's the same thing, black and white, very industrial, very cyberpunk, very of the era.
Yeah.
It's a handful of years after Tetsuo, so it definitely was inspired by that. No doubt.
Cyberpunk, industrial, psychedelic, underground. Okay. Sadistic. What else is going on here? Psychic, destruction, madness. Wow.
Paranoia, body horror.
Is 4K?
No, it's a 4K restoration.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Of course, one of the first thing everybody's asking, just like Wave here in the chat, any chance they ship these to Orbit Diabolic, Brother Belial? Yes, they will be eventually. They're trying to get a distributor to be able to carry them. It's their first title, so some of that stuff was not ready to go, but they are working on that. Just spoke to John today. Big congrats to John. This is amazing. If there's John right there. He says, Shozen worked on Tetsuo. Actually, he was one of the crew.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
Yeah, Rubber's Lover definitely was prepped for that. John, I got to give another big shout out to John. The fact that you're starting a label and he and his wife were willing to travel the 9-hour flight to go interview the director in person for these is some really ballsy like investment in your company type of capital. Mm-hmm. Love that you did this. Love that people are able to support you. John, you're incredible. Glad that you're here and putting in the Lord's work into this, as they say.
Yep, I'll buy it. Where's I bought that other one too, that you interviewed that guy who started the label with the films from Columbia.
Oh yeah, Petroglyph.
Yeah, I bought the Petroglyph films. I bought that just because of that interview. I was like, what this guy's doing? I mean, we gotta jump behind that, don't we?
I agree. Yeah, I can't wait to see if he's able to do something else. New Wave starting strong with also a Sion Sono title. This is Strange Circus from 2005, also coming in mid-October on Blu-ray from New Wave Video. And John saying they want to make sure each release is special, worth the trips to Japan, and you're killing it. Thanks, John.
Of course. But hey, trip to Japan.
Yeah, exactly. And he even mentioned yesterday they're already hard at work on Spines 3 and 4. So this is not one and done. They've definitely got a lot of stuff they're working on. I even talked to somebody today. They're working on the 3rd release for John. So I can't wait to see what comes from that. Strange Circus. If you've not heard of Shion Sono's stuff, this says step into a world where reality and illusion intertwine in this haunting and surreal tale of identity, trauma, and hidden truths. When a mysterious writer named Taiko begins crafting a disturbing novel about a younger girl named Mitsuko who is subjected to unimaginable abuse by her father, a story that blurs the lines between author and character. The boundaries between truth and fiction begin to dissolve. As these two elements collide, a dark and suspenseful mystery unfolds, culminating in a shocking climax that lingers in the mind long after the curtains fall. This one has a new interview with Sono. There is a new interview with the actor Issei Ishida. New Iroguro Legacy visual essay by Suzanne Boleyn. Again, Legacy 1 hour making of doc from 2005. There's a book of new writing by Michelle Kisner and Nikodem Karalak. There's also new design by Grinded Productions again, and the original theatrical art. Limited to 1,000 units, and yeah, this is again a big deal. Shion Sono stuff not getting many releases nowadays, and Strange Circus is one that needed a proper release, and this looks to be it. So thank you to New Wave again.
Indeed.
Good stuff. Check them out. Their website is there. It is newwavevideo.myshopify.com to purchase these. As I said, they are likely going to be getting U.S. distribution and probably elsewhere eventually.
Yeah.
But as of right now, you can pick them up, and I'm sure these are selling very well for them. I don't see them going out of print tomorrow or anything, but just keep an eye on it because if you're wanting these, you want to make sure that you get them.
Okay.
Next up,
canceled.
Yeah, there were some accusations against Shona a couple years ago, but I'm not sure that was ever solved. I don't know.
Well,
Freaky Tales from just this year is getting released by Lionsgate over in the UK. This has no set release date for it yet, but it's the same Lionsgate Limited release that came out here that was locked to the Lionsgate Limited site. It's in that VHS packaging with the stickers. So if you want all that, same extras and everything, you'll be able to pick this up. Other sites are being able to carry this, so I would probably bet Orbit's going to get this. I think Brother Belial already had this up for pre-order. Yeah. Check it out if you wanted this special 4K release of Freaky Tales. Otherwise, the wide release was just a Blu-ray.
Okay. Freaky Tales. I didn't watch that movie.
I haven't gotten to see it yet either. I need to.
Yeah, they wanted me to, and I just didn't.
October 27th, over in the UK, Curzon is releasing Central Station from 1998. This is getting a 4K and Blu-ray release. This is the same director of I'm Still Here and The Motorcycle Diaries. This was nominated for 2 Academy Awards. We don't know about features yet, but you can pre-order this now. I have a feeling you've probably seen this one.
I have not actually seen this one. This got past me. Again, a 1998 movie. I'm trying to remember the state of art house exhibition in St. Louis at that time. It was a little
it was lacking.
It was lacking. You had to go out of your way. Anyway, no, this was, I recall this being out and all. This was, I could see it coming from Criterion. Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with there. And I would almost be surprised if this wasn't Criterion in the next year.
Yeah, we'll see. Tomorrow, they have their
announcement.
What
Next up from Curzon, they're putting out a 4K and Blu-ray of The Crimson Rivers from 2000. Now, this film has been previously released here in the U.S., but not on 4K. This was put out by Kino Lorber not even that long ago, if I remember right. This was, 2023. February 21st, 2023 is when that came out here in the U.S. on Blue. This is one that I don't see going Criterion. We got new interviews on this one with a couple of individuals from the film. We got a commentary and then a behind-the-scenes doc. I love the cover art on this one, and this is a pretty good movie.
Yeah, if you say so. I've not seen it. I don't know. It's got Jean Reno and Vincent Cassel. Yeah.
I said we're going to be talking about Full Moon more. 101 Films in the UK over on October 6th, they're releasing a Blu-ray box set as part of their Black Label collection of the Dollman Toy Box. This is the Dollman and Demonic Toys collection. Now, this is going to include Dollman from 91, Demonic Toys from 92, and Dollman versus Demonic Toys from 93. For the first time, this limited edition 5-disc set is going to get silly here now because it also includes...
It's going to get silly?
Just wait. Yeah. 5 full-length feature spin-off films, 2 Demonic Toys sequels, and the Baby Oopsie trilogy.
All right. I mean, I just can't get into whatever. Talk amongst yourselves. I don't know what to say here.
New interviews with Charles Band and Richard Band, and then the director Billy Butler talking about Demonic Toys as well. Lots of stuff here. This has never been my thing on the Full Moon side. This is where I definitely checked out on some of these movies.
Understandable for me. I get that. I'm the same way. Full Moon.
I love a lot of Full Moon stuff, just not this stuff.
Yeah, I like the stuff. You got to go way back. It seems like the older in their catalog it gets, the more kind of perk up my ears. But even like the Demonic Toys and the What else is there? What's their other big thing?
Puppet Master.
Yeah, Puppet Master. I don't get excited about those. I watched them back when they were VHS video store movies, and I didn't get excited about them then, so I guess that ship has sailed.
And then, of course, within arm's reach, I still have...
okay. What's he going to have here? What is he pulling out of nowhere?
The Subspecies Coffin Blu-ray set.
Oh, look at that. Look at that coffin. That's
another one of their franchises.
Coffin full of Blu-rays. It's
all right. Next up, Fright Night.
Yeah.
This has been out of print in the U.S. for a while, even though it got a reprint once. But it's coming on October 6th in this 4K steelbook in the UK from Sony. Nothing different. It's going to be the exact same disc, I imagine. Don't expect anything special. I think there was an issue with I think the Atmos was screwed up on the US release. It's probably going to be the exact same in the UK. Don't like rebuy this just hoping for that. It's Sony. They're not putting a lot of time into fixing that, sadly.
So it's like, hey, you like Fright Night on 4K? Well, here it is again.
Yep. At least it's a different territory, and the UK still has not had this on 4K. So there we go. Next up, Second Sight delayed their Pusher trilogy release. It was coming out on August 25th. Now it's coming on September 15th. They said it is an unexpected production delay that caused that.
I think it's a ploy to get you to talk about it twice.
Quite possibly. And maybe 3 times with the pickup. Who knows?
That's right. I've never seen these.
I have yet to see them either. But, I mean, Refit's pretty decent.
What do you think, guys? Should we go for this? The Pusher trilogy?
Should we push it?
Is it good? Is it not good? We don't know. Nobody's. They're saying Pusher is great. Okay. All right. Well, that's good enough for me.
Pusher's really good. These are fun. Recommend.
And it's a good label. Yeah. I mean, it's Second Sight. I mean, is this going to be very limited and be very expensive in 3 months?
Their Second Sight is really hard to gauge lately. Some of the titles are around forever, and some of them are around for 12 minutes. And I don't know how to gauge what their releases are going to do.
I think this is the 12 minutes.
We'll see. I think this one will be around forever. October 28th, Paramount releasing Smurfs from 2025, starring Rihanna as Smurfette. You got some extras on this. Nothing huge. Pretty much the exact sort of things that you would expect. But if Blu-ray's not enough, they're also selling it on DVD.
And if that's not enough, you could just
stream it.
Just stream in the middle of the night for free on Tubi.
Paramount Plus.
Yeah. No, it's when I say I'm sick of these mainstream animated movies, is the exact kind of thing. It's like, no.
Agreed. Next up, October 6th in the UK, Studio Canal releasing The Hellbenders as part of their Cult Classics line. This is from 1967, directed by Sergio Corbucci, who did Django. Mm-hmm. Now, the odd thing, this was already released in the UK or in the US on 4K by Kino Lorber, and spaghetti westerns don't typically sell super well in the UK unless they're directed by Sergio Leone, of course. But these, I don't see this getting a 4K release in the UK, so this is likely the best they're going to get.
It's a pretty good movie. It's a pretty good movie. I've seen it. I have the Kino Blu-ray, and it's a little long in the tooth for what it is, but Joseph Cotten, later era Joseph Cotten, it works in this milieu. And of course, anything Sergio Corbucci, you guys, is worth a look.
I kind of think I might like Corbucci more than Leone.
That's fair. That's not sacrilege. That's just, there's at least 3 good Sergios in the spaghetti western world, and it's okay to prefer any one of them.
Good call there. Next up, another film making another rep screening round right now is Shin Godzilla from 2016, and this 4K restoration is playing theaters, and I'm hopefully seeing this on Sunday. I'm dying to see this.
Yeah, Alamo has it, and I could do it. I think. I've never seen this. I remember missing it when it came out, and then I bought the Blu-ray. It's been sitting on my shelf. I've never seen this.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, let's go see it, Ryan.
I'm into it. 4K Steelbook, widely available. This is on Walmart. It's on Groove. It'll be on Amazon probably tonight. You can check this out. We're going to be talking about Shin Godzilla more in just a minute, so I'll bypass this one. But I got to be honest, the Steelbook, pretty decent design. I love the look of that.
It's got a long tail.
It does.
Absolutely. Godzilla's got a real long tail.
Next up, Arrow today finally revealed their Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles trilogy 4K box set that people have been dying to hear about. We are getting this, and it looks like it's going to be mid-December when this is released. They did not advertise a release date, but everywhere else is seeing about December 15th, 16th. This is going to include all 3 of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle films on 4K, or there is a Blu-ray box set as well. This original art is the wide release art, and they also have a site exclusive art with this very comic book style art, also available on 4K and Blu-ray. As far as what we are getting, all 3 films.
Sorry. Sorry, Gohan.
It was funny. All 3 films in 4K. New 4K restoration of the first film from the original 35mm negatives by Arrow themselves, and then new 4K restorations of 2 and 3 from the original 35mm inner positives by Arrow. We've got Dolby Atmos surround sound for TMNT, original lossless stereo for 2 and 3, new director's commentaries for all 3 films, new cast and crew interviews for all 3 films, Perfect Band Collector's Book with new writing on the film by Simon Ward, John Tarani, and John Walsh, reversible sleeves, and more to be announced. Are you a TMNT guy, or did that bypass you?
I was a TMNT guy in every way, not over the top. I remember being in the comic book shop. I was a comic book guy. I as a kid and seeing like the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #1 on the shelf and just being like, what's that? And not buying it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. The Tick #1, I did not make that mistake on. I do own that, but that's not nearly as valuable as the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I caught up with them pretty soon after.
Yeah.
And then the cartoon, which is so much fun and so very different. To me, it was like the differences in Batman, where you can have this really dark Batman, a Dark Knight Returns or whatever, and Frank Miller in the comics, and then over here, Adam West, doing the so yeah, it was I love that Turtles operated in both these kind of sensibilities.
Yeah.
I was excited when the first movie was released, and then I won't say let down by it because I enjoyed it. But it's small. I was excited that it was Jim Henson Studios doing the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle suits back then. I was into that. And then I will say this: one of the first dates I ever went on was to that film. True story. When I was 15, this movie came out. I was very excited to see it. And, we went and saw it on a very awkward date.
I would imagine so. First off, I love that they are doing the original sewer art as the wide release. And why did it stop sharing the picture? I just noticed that.
Well, you made a big screen here for my recollections.
I didn't click everything; it just disappeared.
The AI is caught up with you. Taking over.
I love that this is the wide release and not the comic one, because I probably would have wanted this art over the comic book one. Love this as a kid, but the big thing for me is you already mentioned him. Jim Henson is a god in my house. And, I feel like I got to have this.
It's one of my own creative heroes. Always has been.
I mean, there's a Muppet tattoo to my arm. I got to have something to.
All right, you win.
To him,
you're the bigger fan.
Only because I'm 6'5" and you're not, but that's easy. Love that this is getting the package like this. People should be pretty happy. The only thing that I know people are going to be upset about is so many people only want the first one, and this is, as far as I can tell, only going to be released as a box set. Now, that being said, Arrow in like a year and a half very well could release individual ones and really piss people off then. But I don't know. This is probably what they're going to be doing for a while, is just all three, because otherwise the third one would not sell.
Yeah, I remember having a nerd fit about the second one. I thought the second one was terrible. I don't know. It was like, that was the one where, parent groups had gotten up in a hissy fit about the turtles using like martial arts weapons. So they're like, okay, for the second movie, they won't use
third one, I believe.
Huh?
Oh, wait, you said Martin? Never mind. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, they won't use weapons. They won't use their swords and nunchucks and all that in the second movie.
Yep.
Instead, they'll use common household items. Like, isn't that worse for kids to see? It's like, oh, well, we have a mop. We can beat a guy. It's like all the things they do in the second movie. It's like common, just findable stuff, and it just felt very lame. And then the Vanilla Ice cameo didn't help anything.
Right.
But then the third one I thought was a little better. But then I saw it again a few years ago and it's terrible. So I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know that I said this in the beginning, but this is getting a UK, US, and Canada release. I know there was speculation for most that this would only be a UK release, and I'm glad that it's everywhere, because people can widely get this. Now, that being said, Arrow did announce this on a Thursday, apart from their normal announcements. I have a feeling this is just to gauge what they can get for pre-orders, because this is not going to be an easy one to gauge what this would sell as far as like a limited print run. So they're probably going to wait like a month and then decide how many they're going to make of this. So I think you can probably hold out for a few weeks if you're wanting to get this. The actual details for this won't fully be revealed until September 26th. So you've got a long time, and there's no way it's sold out on pre-order the day they announce it. So just hold off. Don't feel like you're pressured to put this out tomorrow or anything.
I don't know how to feel about this, because I think I own the 3 movies on Blu-ray.
Yeah, they're really bad Blu-rays though. This is one of the worst Blu-ray sets ever.
I did watch them on that Blu-ray and was not impressed. And I was trying to remember. I was like, I don't think the first one. It's like there's it's a dark lit movie, and it felt all the shoddier watching it that way. I do recall.
Yeah, these sorely needed a proper 4K restoration, so I'm really stoked to see what they'll look like.
I'll probably I regret not getting the Conan the Barbarian 2-pack back when that was around, and I felt the same kind of way. I was like, it's good. I have good memories and all, but I'm not sure I need it, and then I let it go, and then I kind of wish I would have got it.
Well, and the other thing to point out here is I know that we talked about pricing earlier for Australia and all that. The big thing here is a 4K release of a trilogy from Arrow of like one of the biggest sellers of the 90s. This is $65 in the US. That is really, really cost effective.
And then it'll be half that when it's on sale.
If it lasts, yes. If it lasts to a sale, well, it won't be. It'll probably be $50.
If it makes it, yeah. All right.
Yeah. Not too bad.
People can finally shut up about this, because here it's official.
Yes. I tried telling everybody that it was going to be a trilogy. Next up, Second Sight gave us 2 more updates. One, Possession is still happening. They did announce this 2 years and 2 weeks ago. They said we should have release date news within the next month, and aiming for a release later this year. So we should get a final announcement for this here soon, which is nice. And then the other one that they have already announced previously, Dead Man's Shoes is still getting a release from them. They said, we have been exploring options with regards to materials, and we're working on bonus material scheduling. We're hoping to have a release to produce a 4K release early in 2026. So hopefully that actually happens from them.
What is this?
It's a British film from 2004, which sounds really good and is very highly regarded.
Is it now?
Yes.
It's so highly regarded that I'm not familiar. Okay, well, I'm I'll tell you what, the other one, Possession, I'll be right there for that.
Yeah, me too. Coming back to the censored picture that Ronnie is laughing at.
Yeah, some black pasties, you know.
I had people question why I had to do this. I have been chastised by Facebook like 5 times already, with multiple times being threatened to have my page removed. So that's why I had to do this, sadly.
Okay, well, they're prudes and silly, and you know, Facebook. But this guy, well, I mean, you know, if it's highly regarded, then I guess we'll need to check it out, won't we?
It's supposed to be great.
Hey, it's Shin Godzilla again.
We just talked about Shin Godzilla. If you're not a Steelbook person, which I know many people are not, thankfully, Toho, through their Godzilla store, is releasing this exclusive 4-disc version. The big thing that this one has that the other Steelbook release does not is this is going to have Shin Godzilla orthochromatic version, where it is a black and white feature of the film. All of the extras and all the stuff are subtitled in English, so if you want these, you can get them. Big shout out if you want this feature and you have never done this before, and you go to their site, there are ways that you can stack free shipping and getting a 15% discount. So if it's something that you're keen to get this, I think right now the shipped price is like $67, and you can literally get this down to like $50, which is a pretty substantial discount if you're going after, especially one film that's already kind of expensive. So the big thing is you want to put in a code for the 15%, and that is Kaiju15. Kaiju15 will get you 15% off, and then you can text the word Godzilla to 866-308-1109 to get SMS alerts. So they'll text you when it's in stock, and they'll give you a free shipping code, and that'll take it from $67 to $50. Again, Kaiju15 for 15% off, and then text the word Godzilla to 866-308-1109.
I feel like Demi Moore in The Substance hearing all that. It's like, okay, then go to an alley and find a door, knock on the door, put in this code, bid a password, and then, you know, you can achieve the substance. No, wait, you have to do, I don't know. That's a lot, Ryan. I'm old. And I don't know.
$17 though.
Shin Godzilla +1 minus color. It may be worth it for that. For $20 off, I'm doing it. He says, "Yeah, going, jumping through some hoops. Give me more hoops to jump through. I want to put in some codes and call some numbers and talk to a stranger and get things in the mail. I don't know. All right." Cool.
I just tried to be helpful, everybody. I promise.
I know. It's good, and maybe you should repeat all that because I'm not sure I got it.
I don't think so. Here we go. 101 Films are soon putting out the film Derelict from 2024. This is directed by Jonathan Zorin, who does a lot of editing for some of these boutique companies. And Kat Ellinger was a co-writer on this film who does audio commentaries for a lot of these releases. This is a British film, and it's about grief and crime. And there's a making of doc on here that's 107 minutes long. There's a short film that was also edited by Jonathan Zorin. There's a visual essay by George Daniel Lee. There is a music video by Mike Hoskins, some deleted scenes, trailers. This is coming out on September 22nd in the UK. There is not a pre-order available for this, but it should be up very soon.
This sounds like the kind of thing where you could, I mean, you talk to these people on your show, right? I mean, they come in and talk about this, right?
Oh yeah, I was messaging Jonathan today. Yeah, he'd probably come on here and talk.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, you could just probably talk to them about this movie for, we'd find out all about it.
Well, let's bring him in. Come on in. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, where are you?
Our already 3.5 hour long show gets another half hour longer. Another new one from this year over in the UK, Clown in a Cornfield, getting a standard 4K release. This is coming on September 15th. Did you see this one? No,
I don't care. The whole scary clown thing is lost on me. I never thought clowns were scary.
I don't think the clowns are meant to be scary.
This just looks nonsensical. All the people are terrified of clowns. I used to do promo videos for local haunted house attractions, like high-end haunted houses, and sections of it are painted up with the neon and the black lights and stuff. And it's clowns.
Yeah.
That section is the clowns. That was everyone's scariest section. They were like, this clowns, and I'm just like, seriously? I mean, I don't know. I never got it. So no, I see this stuff and just kind of like, I don't know. Is this a good movie, Ryan?
It's all right. I didn't hate it. The only thing that really sucked to me is this film is definitely digging hard for like, boomers are really dumb, and so are Gen Z people, and the millennials are everything, and it's so, the age warfare does not work.
I'm a Gen X. I'm in the sweet spot. Is that what? Or am I also dumb for being?
It feels like somebody who's borderline between Gen X and millennials writing a story where they hate everyone else.
Wow, I don't know. That sounds like a crap metaphor.
Kind of, yeah. And in a way, the movie is very corny.
Hang on.
All right, next up. Well Go USA here in the U.S. is putting out an Amazon exclusive release of Hidden Face from 2024 on Blu-ray and DVD. This says star cellist Soo-yeon disappears from her conductor fiancé Sung-yin's house, leaving nothing but a Dear John video and an empty house. While a hurting Sun-yin attempts to fill her seat in the orchestra, Mi-ju appears as her replacement, but soon winds up taking her place in the bedroom as well in this twisted erotic thriller. I don't love that they're doing Amazon exclusives for some of these releases, but this does sound very good. And it's got some people from Parasite, from A Better Tomorrow, and even from Gonjiam Haunted Asylum, which are all great movies. And this sounds good. It's got a behind-the-scenes featurette, trailers, and I'm probably going to have to see this.
My wife, who's really into K-dramas to the degree where she's studying the Korean language and has been for years, I think we could watch this. She'll want to see it. You know, it's Korean.
It is quite Korean, yes.
And quite Korean, and twisted erotic thriller. Well, that's more in my wheelhouse. So here we go.
I'm in. Here we well go. All right, next up.
Well go.
Coming soon from Filmmasters. We do not have dates for these. They just put these up on their website saying, hey, they are coming here soon. These are both coming as part of their limited edition line. We get Kansas City Confidential from 1952, rather. And then also The Red House from 1947. For those that don't remember, they're limited edition titles. They are blue case releases coming with a slipcover with a full color inserted booklet. And there's an essay in that booklet. They will also have an audio commentary. These are limited in number and are pressed Blu-rays. Kansas City Confidential will have a commentary by Jason A. Nye. And then The Red House will have a commentary by Karen Burroughs Hansberry. No release date, like I said, but good releases. I've heard Kansas City Confidential is sort of a masterpiece. I need to see that one.
I don't know if it's a masterpiece. It's cool though that it's making its way here this is like feels at home with the Filmmasters. This is a movie, the right movie on the right label, and I love these limited edition Filmmaster editions that they do. What was the other one?
The other one is The Red House.
Okay, I'm less familiar with this. But you know what? I'd give them both a chance. And, these things have been coming up weirdly cheap on Amazon sometimes.
Yes.
That's how I've been getting a lot of them, truth be told. So, yeah, it's a win-win.
And The Red House, Edward G. Robinson and Rory Calhoun.
I was going to say, it looks like the floating head of Edward G. Robinson.
Also from Filmmasters, coming soon. We don't have release dates on these, but these are coming from their archive collection. Sherlock Holmes's Fatal Hour. This is from 1931.
Nice.
Judge from 1949. The archive collection, I believe these ones are BDRs, sadly. And these are 2K or 4K scans of the films. They have many scanned films that they've been restored, and they are the best looking releases to date. They won't have any special features, but they just want to preserve them and get them out for everybody. These are generally pretty cheap and very accessible, easy to get.
Yeah. Nice.
31 and 49. Good stuff from Film Masters.
Right on. Happy to see it.
Only a few more titles left to cover. G-Kids putting out Arcane League of Legends Season 2 in a collector's edition 4K box set on December 11th. This is going to have a lot of extra stuff into it if you are into the Arcane League of Legends stuff. Check out the G-Kids website because this looks like a pretty damn good package of this, but I know nothing about Arcane League of Legends.
I don't either. That sounds like my oldest son's department.
It probably is. October 7th, we are getting a 4K from Warner Brothers of Lights Out from 2016. Kind of a surprising 4K upgrade. Decent little horror movie, made pretty cheap, produced by James Wan. I love that he got this giant marketing push on the top of this release when he probably had very little to do with this.
Yeah.
Decent movie. It's worth a watch for sure.
I haven't watched it yet. I do own a copy, not of this, but of a earlier version. The light switch with no panel on it taped, so you can't do anything. That's a little too close to home.
It's pretty sinister already.
Yeah, I've got light switches in the house. I mean, we have panels over them, but the tape is the tape is real.
Yep. Sometimes
you gotta make sure they don't turn these lights off.
I believe this is the last thing tonight. Brother Belial.
Come on. We can do
you want to keep
more?
going? I can go post some more announcements.
All right.
Brother Belial is a retailer here in the U.S. based out of Illinois, and they wanted to show appreciation for the disconnected community, and so they're offering a 10% discount off your first order if you've never shopped at Brother Belial. This is good for anything on the site. If you just put in disconnected 10, all lowercase, disconnected 10. If you've shopped on the site before, you can still get this off of the first order that you use the code on. They've got really great service. $6 flat shipping, but if you get $100 worth of items, you do not pay for shipping. I don't get anything out of this. You can spend $500. I don't get a penny. They just wanted to show appreciation for Disconnected and get you guys over to their site because they do great stuff. I know the owner, Dustin Harvey. He's a great guy. He started in vinyl and used to ship vinyl for years. And for anybody that's ever bought vinyl online, shipping vinyl to picky collectors is a risky crapshoot. And so I guarantee you, Dustin will pack your stuff better than almost any other retailer out there. You will appreciate what you get from here. One thing that he doesn't advertise super well is if you end up pre-ordering from him and you've got like a box that the last pre-order date is coming out in, say, October, and then you pre-order some other stuff that's coming out in December, but there's one item in there that comes out in September. If you've got multiple items open, he will combine some of those into earlier shipments, which no other retailer does as far as I know, which I think is really cool. I think it's a nice way to pick up some of that and get things earlier than you expect if you're a serial pre-order person. And that way you don't have to keep track of like, well, I'm making my March pre-order bundle right now and I'll work on April later. And then the hard part, if you're pre-ordering stuff from 88 Films or TerraVision or some of these companies that have had some delays recently, that ends up being pushed back and back and back and back, and you don't know where you're getting stuff. So this is one of the best ways to take advantage of that. Disconnected 10 pre-order, or not pre-order, but discount code on brotherbelial.com. Check it out.
I love to order stuff from Brother Belial, and Atomic also is really good. And I will say this: you're right about the packaging out of Brother Belial, man. That is so. It's like, holy crap! How much bubble wrap, But yeah. I'm ordering the Quatermass 2 box set and Blood Orange. They did wait to send Quatermass until Blood Orange came out, which was a few weeks later. So
yep.
that did happen, but I'm fine with that. It's really cool to have a 10% off code from a vendor like this. Thanks, Brother Belial.
This is posted everywhere. If you see this, share it with everybody else that wants to shop there. People are going to appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Last thing that we always do before we get into the discussion with Jim, that we are now almost 4 hours into the show. What's coming out next week, in case you forgot? Happy Gilmore 4K from Kino, Drag Me to Hell 4K Steelbook from Scream, Coneheads 4K from Kino, Harvey 4K from the studio even. Blaxploitation Classics Volume 2 4K from Shout Factory. Xanadu 4K. I know that's one of the most anticipated for many this month. Gung Ho from Kino as well. Shoeshine 4K from Criterion. Repossessed from Kino. Shinobi Volume 2 from Radiance. Ride a Wild Stud and the Golden Triangle getting re-releases that are wide read releases from Dark Force. A Confusion double feature coming from Criterion. Sense and Sensibility 4K from Sony themselves. The Boys Season 4. Saraband for Dead Lovers is from Indicator. Martial Law from Eureka. Through and Through from Radiance. Bring Her Back 4K and Blu-ray from A24. The Vengeance of Dr. Mabuse from Kino Cult. Here's one of those limited editions from Filmmasters, the Class of 74 getting its release next week. Perpetrator from Arrow Video. Patterns getting one of those archives releases from Filmmasters. Have you seen Patterns before, Jim?
Boy, is that the live television thing? Where is that? Patterns. Is it on here?
Yes, it's the top center row there.
Oh, okay. Van Heflin, I don't know.
Written by Rod Serling with State, Everett Sloan.
It was on television, wasn't it? That was one of those live TV in the 1950s, in the early days of television. I could be way off here. And is this also in the Criterion 10 television box set that they did on DVD years ago?
I'm not sure about that one.
Okay, I could have the wrong patterns.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Aaron might know on that one.
Well, see, I have that set, but I used it for a class I taught 15 years ago. A long time. But yeah, anyway, that's to say I'm hazy on it.
Got it.
Good stuff, though, I'm sure. It's a good story. Rod Serling, anything with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of the Clouds from Indicator, Invincible Swordsman. This is an Amazon exclusive from Wellgo USA. The Rainbow Jacket from Indicator. The House of Sand from Sony Pictures Classics. Tales from the Void. This is a Screambox exclusive release that's coming out widely. Some standards coming out. Other than that, that is it for next week.
Yeah. Have to get Shinobi. I got Shinobi 2, Volume 2 pre-ordered. Shoeshine, I'll be picking up one way or the other. And Harvey, I've never seen. That's a blind spot. And then, of course, Blaxploitation Volume 2 is a must-get.
Yeah, I've got that on the way, I believe. Very eager to get that one because, man, they're doing good work with these box sets.
Yeah. All right. Good
well,
Lord.
Only 4 hours into it, Jim. You ready to teach a class?
No, I'm tired. Do I have to?
We can call it night.
Yeah, I don't. Let's make this quick. All right,
got it.
I teach history of film. I don't think anybody wants a film history lecture at 12:20 in the morning. I could be wrong.
Maybe.
I got my syllabus here, and here's the deal. At my school, in the film, it's a film school. It's a media communication school. We do a lot of things, and you can do. When I was a student there in the 90s, there was two classes. There was history of film, and then there was one called Modern World Cinema. History of film took you up to Citizen Kane in 1941. All right, everything 1895, the birth of cinema, all the way to Citizen Kane 1941. Then the second class, 1941, all the way to where we were, the early 90s. Now we've got a whole nother third of time, the 1990s to now. That's another 3-4 decades. So in the meantime, they've condensed everything. They've squished it down mercilessly from 2 classes over 2 semesters that each one is twice a week to now 1 class in 1 semester that is once a week. That's a 75% cutting of stuff. Yikes. From when I did it to what I'm doing now. So I missed the salad days. I've been wanting to teach a history of film class very badly. I've been wanting to teach a history of film class very well, quite intensely. So anyway, that to say, I finally got my wish, but it's compromised. I've decided to go with, for the formative and early stuff, to spotlight Alice Guy Blanchet, if you're familiar. Kino put out some of these Blu-rays spotlighting the early work of this woman who is, by most historical accounts, if not all, the first female filmmaker ever. And, she got the bright idea to make narrative storytelling films and made some very bizarre ones. So I thought I would, rather than spotlight the usual suspects, Thomas Edison and whomever, let's give Alice Guy her husband's name was Blanchet, and she divorced him. So a lot of times you see her referred to as Alice Guy because I think that's probably how she wanted to be known. But anyway, this has been a deep dive for me lately. I don't know if you're familiar with this or familiar with these releases. No. Okay. It's just, learning about early cinema. We see glimpses of this sort of thing in, say, the movie Babylon a few years ago.
Loved it.
You see that one about early cinema? And you see female directors. There were a lot more female directors in the early years of cinema than we knew. So I think it's important for students to know this stuff, and it's not just a woke thing. It's like, hey, let's talk about. I think this is important. So I'll be doing it that way. In the meantime, some. Covering the formative and early materials. And it's been a challenge culling through it all.
There is a lot when you're calling a class the history of film.
Yeah. And so I can only, it's a survey is what it has to be. And every week I can, I've chosen for the 1920s to focus on Charlie Chaplin and show the film The Gold Rush. Partially because I've already lectured on Chaplin in the past and I have that ready to go. Chaplin, very, very important, very formative. And then, we go to Metropolis. And then the week after that, Metropolis with the early German stuff. And are you a fan of this German expressionist 1920s kind of?
Yeah, I mean, it's got some very unique imagery. That's one of the big things that draws me in. And I mean, Chaplin, we're going to talk about it soon. Deaf Crocodile is releasing a film that was inspired by Chaplin, and we just did a visual essay that I compared to some Chaplin stuff. And
okay.
Yeah, it's a really unique time. I hope people. I don't know. There's a lot of these, and we're going to get into why watching silent films is important and all that stuff. But I think it's really important too for many of these to find out what inspired the film that you like and how those building blocks got to where you are and what you appreciate.
Yeah, and that's absolutely it. And I don't think we're saying anything new or groundbreaking here, but to say it to a room full of 19-year-olds is an entirely different matter. And to point to some of this early stuff, I'm talking about kinetoscopes before they were even projecting films, before it was considered quote unquote cinema, which 1895 with the Lumiere brothers projecting films for an audience that are gathered together in one room is the birth of cinema. Now we had motion pictures before that, but you had to look through a thing in a booth, the kinetoscopes, and they tended to be very brief. Actualities, they call them. Yep. And you can look at that stuff and see this is TikTok in the 1890s, right? I mean, I just had one go by on the Edison box set that I was talking about 4 hours ago. Boxing cats, boxing cats. This is, I mean, it's so, we've looped around in some weird ways. Yeah. So to say that, the early formative silent films are, telling about us in the here and now is an understatement. More so than they have been in past decades. This is, this is really, I hope it's not lost on the students, and I hope it's not lost on anyone here that I think what it signals is that we in 2025 are kind of at the cusp of something. I hope that doesn't mean that cinema as we know it is fading away, but it still matters because, like all history, we look back and we learn and we see where we've been and what to do and what not to do and where people have failed and all of that. And our favorite art form here is very telling of it. I don't know.
Silent film in 2025 showing a group of young, able-minded individuals silent film. How is that going over right now?
Well, I haven't done it with this group yet, with this material yet. It'll go over just fine, though, because, if they don't like it, that's their problem. But usually, for me, I'm able to tap dance and one of my colleagues at Webster University said that this is, sometimes I feel more like a stand-up comedian than a lecturer.
Yep.
And I'm sure like people like, Dr. Will and others can relate to this, It's like we're up there, hamming it up and doing our thing and making it interesting. Yeah, Maya Darren up here in the comments saying that the experimental filmmaker Maya Darren, great, great. Meshes in the Afternoon is a great silent, experimental film. Anyway, back to Chaplin works well, of course. I got to butter them up properly. That's my job. I have to lay the groundwork because otherwise they don't understand. And I'll be honest with you, sometimes my attention span isn't the greatest for these early films. But I find that when I get into the groove of silent movie, and it's a good one, it's more it absorbs me in, it pulls me in more so than a lot of sound movies do.
Yeah.
And then I want more. I'll go on a silent movie tear.
What are some of those ones that have done that for you?
Well, just recently, one that I just returned from the library, but it was an Abel Gance French silent 4-hour movie called The Wheel in English. It was a Flickr. Was it Flickr Alley put this out? It was definitely a Lobster Films Black Hawk restoration thing from several years ago, and it was it's so far only on DVD, but it was just spectacular. At 4 hours, Abel Gance was somebody back in the 1920s that took big swings and did big things. And, to see this stuff surviving and coming back around, he made that Napoleon film, which I have still not seen because it's they said it's like 3 screens together, kind of an early version of my understanding is of Cinerama, right? 3 screens mushed together in a giant, long ass silent movie, right? So anyway, that was one, watching the Abel Gance film, and then I went to watch more Abel Gance.
Which, as Sibner just pointed out, The Wheel, as long as this stream tonight. Maybe almost as impactful.
I feel badly getting into this kind of thing at this point in the night, honestly.
I'm into it.
All right.
If you're not and you need to go to bed, I understand.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired. I'll say this. I'm excited about one other aspect of my class that I'm going to foist onto these poor kids. And that's to talk about Cecil B. DeMille. Okay? Cecil B. DeMille is a filmmaker that was a household name, a handful of directors that people back in the 50s, if they knew who a director was, it was going to be Hitchcock, and then it was going to be Cecil B. DeMille. And his influence and importance is actually, I would say, more so in the 1920s. And even earlier than that, where DeMille would pioneer certain visual techniques and expressionistic lighting, a lot of which he abandoned to go more commercial with his biblical epics and things.
Right.
He made 10 Commandments twice, once in the 20s and once in the 50s. The 50s one is the one that's famous. Very
Another one, I
flat.
think Flicker Alley also did that as well.
Yeah, they did the. I think they did the 20s one.
Yeah.
And that's a more interesting movie. Now the second half of it's modern day. And these are very moralizing. It gets to this kind of weird, what some would say is a hypocritical conundrum of DeMille, where he loved to moralize and lecture people on, what is the right thing to do, and he would make these biblical epics all through his career. 1932, we have Sign of the Cross. You familiar? This is the one that Claudette Colbert in a milk bath. It's about the persecuted Christians, post-resurrection, post-crucifixion, right? All of that, it's like the early church, and they're being hunted down and there's scenes in this movie that it's a moralizing biblical epic, Sign of the Cross, and I'm going to show it to them because it is also extremely pre-code. It is a sleazy movie. If ever there was a movie, Sign of the Cross is incredible. Earliest films to have a lot of nudity. I would say a lot, but it's eye-opening, yeah. You got women tied up in the gladiatorial arena on posts, getting attacked by wild animals and things, and they're like naked, and it's like all of this flew past the censors because it was biblical, and it's like we're still in the pre-code era, but that's pre-code's a little bit of a misnomer because the code existed. The Hays Code, if you're familiar, which was the industry self-regulating, okay, and they were trying to keep the Catholic censors off their back and everything, the Catholic League and all that, and various other moral, judgmental factions in society. It's I've got a whole talk about this. I'm making it very short now because I'm very aware of the hour. But anyway, all that to say, Sign of the Cross. I pulled that one out, and my colleagues went, "Oh, wow, okay, this is already better than anything we did in our version of this class." So, Kino Lorber put Sign of the Cross out on Blu-ray a while ago. I don't know if you can still get it. I remember that being a pretty good release, though. And I wish there would be more good treatment of these kind of Cecil B. DeMille films. Because I feel like the Cecil B. DeMille, quote-unquote, hypocrisy of moralizing and being sleazy is of the here and now. It's MAGA. It's we're going to give a pass to this, but we're going to preach that, right. It's Sign of the Cross. Somebody says here, you found it. Yeah. $12.49
from Kino on Amazon right now.
It's Claudette Colbert swimming naked in the milk bath. You don't see everything per se, but dang if you don't almost. And, they say the funny story there, they claim this was real ass's milk she was swimming around in. She's playing one of these, royal subjects. And, she's a big star. But they said over days of filming, this is one of those famous stories, that the milk went bad. And it stunk, and she still had to get in there and swim around and pretend like it was luxury.
Yikes.
That's disgusting. We should keep this movie in our radar just because of that. Poor Claudette Colbert.
Rancid movie.
Film Nut 79 says, David Del Val's commentary on that disc is amazing. And that guy can do a knock it out of the park with a commentary when he's in the zone.
Yeah,
So,
David Duval's great.
yeah, he is. So there you go. Actresses don't swim in milk nowadays. What else can we say? That's the first 4 weeks. I'm showing, I'm doing a spotlight of the Alice Guy Blaché stuff. And then to cover silent comedy, again, Chaplin's The Gold Rush, which is one of the most important. Some say it was the Star Wars of its day because of the way that it was a mass entertainment that, in fact, did a lot of visual effects stuff, did a lot of cutting edge stuff, and was a massive hit. Unlike Star Wars in 1977, though, Chaplin was pretty much a pre-sold thing.
Right.
So
with a course like this, are you going into it assuming that they've seen anything, even any like canon, like
I used to.
Wizard of Oz, even or anything?
I used to. I don't assume that anymore. I don't think they've seen anything. I assume nobody's seen anything. I mean, one thing I learned the hard way 4 or 5 years ago when they first let me make my own class from the ground up, which was the history of film comedy. And I thought, well, there's 2 ways of going about this. These are probably TCM kids, right? I know a lot of people that grew up watching TCM. I didn't, but I know a bunch that, it's like they grew up watching that. I figured these kids might know that. So, they're not. I would say maybe 96% of my students, and again, this is a media studies / film school with the film studies department and all this. 96% of them come in knowing almost nothing. Almost nothing. When I did the history of film comedy, they didn't know who Cary Grant was.
Ooh.
Yeah, they didn't know. I had to explain who Clark Gable was. I mean, this is just assume they haven't seen anything, and that's. I mean, to us, it's kind of like what, but. They may have seen some Kubricks, and again, that's because these are film people. Every time I show like Dr. Strangelove, I get like 1 or 2 in the room who have seen it before, but they've only seen it once and they don't like it. But it's Kubrick. You got to watch it. You got to let it percolate.
And watch it probably 2 or 3 times.
Maybe. I don't know if you just need to let it percolate, even if you've only seen it once, and it, if you're doing it right, if you were paying attention and you weren't on your phone while the movie was playing or watching it on your phone, even, if you're doing it right, it should percolate if it's good, if it should gestate, right? That's what you need. Okay. Next movies. I'm going to talk about Westerns in week 5. I'm going to talk about Stagecoach. I'm going to talk about Citizen Kane the following week. I'm going to talk about Kurosawa and Rashomon the week after that. And then a focus on Alfred Hitchcock the week after that. And the film is Rear Window. That gets us to the first half of the semester. I don't know if you care to hear what else I got.
Of course.
All right. If you insist. Then we come back, French New Wave, The 400 Blows by Francois Truffaut. I'm excited to talk about the rise of New Hollywood in the 1960s, the late 1960s, and show them Easy Rider. This is a movie I guarantee they haven't seen. And I don't know that any film history people were showing this to anymore. Like Cecil B. DeMille, I think Easy Rider is kind of falling between the cracks.
Yep.
In some ways, it's still referred to as seminal. Here's one that I could ask about for anybody who has an opinion. New German cinema. I want to show The Marriage of Maria Braun because I like it more. And, by Rainer Werner Fassbender. But Agira, The Wrath of God by Werner Herzog is a half hour shorter, and I don't have that much time. I agree that Easy Rider is an essential film nut. That's why I'm putting it on. But again, in academia, I don't hear about it. I don't hear about it being shown to students very much anymore.
Right.
So I'm looking to correct that. So yeah, anyway, if anybody has an opinion about Agira, The Wrath of God, what should I show the students as their one taste of the new German cinema movement, which I think is so fascinating that it's Agira. There's one vote for that. I love Rainer Werner Fassbinder's melodrama, though. Have you seen any of those films?
No, I've seen Agira a few years ago, but
Okay.
I need to watch it again. I don't have much to compare it to. It's fairly unique for what it is.
It's been a long time since I've watched it, probably at least 15 years.
Yeah.
And I've seen Marriage of Maria Braun a lot more recently because Criterion sent me a box set to review.
Yeah, see, I've not seen that one for sure.
Yeah, a great Blu-ray box set of the trilogy by Fassbinder. But yeah, it's a good movie because Germany post World War II had what's called the economic miracle, and these people were suppressing their Nazi past and refusing to look at it. And these filmmakers in the new German cinema movement were deliberately holding a mirror up to the society and saying, "Look, we have to confront this. We have to deal with it." And They didn't want to. These movies were not big hits in Germany at all. They played in international film festivals because the rest of the world, of course, thought, "Oh, well, we adore this. We love that you're doing that." But eventually, Fox and His Friends. Interesting. Daniel Kramer, who would know? They're recommending that one. My gosh. Yeah, that's a good. But how long is Fox and His Friends? I don't know off the top of my head. I've only got 3 hours a week, and I have to lecture for one of the hours. So if that movie's too long, if it's any longer than 2 hours, I pretty much can't do it sometimes, which is, I hate to say. But 15 hours.
2 hours and 4 minutes.
Off the table.
Fox and His Friends is 2 hours, 4 minutes.
Oh gosh. Okay. I could actually make that work. I'll check it out. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. I'll take that into consideration. Wim Wenders, Adam asks about for new German cinema. I did a talk on new German cinema many years ago, and my film of choice then was Wings of Desire. I love Wings of Desire. I think it's a little long for my time frame here, but and also Wings of Desire is a little late in the new German cinema movement.
That's 85, 86?
86, yeah. But I do love it. I'm not sure how well it would do holding people's attention. A colleague of mine said he showed it in one of his film history classes. He showed Wings of Desire, and they thought by the time you get to Nick Cave in the club, they thought that he was some sort of spoof of that sort of thing. And it's like, no, you guys, it's like, that's early Nick Cave doing early Nick Cave, man. I don't know what else. Yeah. So Alice in the Cities is another recommendation. I will take that into account as well. Thank you. I'm going to show them. I'm going to switch the following week after New German Cinema. We're going to talk about Spielberg and the rise of the American blockbuster, and I'm just going to show E.T. This will be interesting. Have they seen E.T.?
It's a great question. Probably not.
It could go either way. I'm guessing a bunch at least probably haven't.
Yeah.
I felt stupid putting it on there, and then I realized they haven't watched this. Have they? I don't know. The following week, I had Children of Men on the syllabus as an example of post 9/11 cinema, which I thought I could lecture on. And I decided to change that over to stay, because I'd just be glazing over the late 80s and early 90s. And I don't feel like I had enough queer representation in here at all. So I went with Pedro Almodovar and Women on the Verge of a Nervous Breakdown.
Smart.
I hope that's a good choice. I love that movie. I'll have representation for like the Oscar Micheaux early, quote unquote race films and whatnot in the earlier weeks and things like that. And any kind of, queer representation and female representation that we can muster, because this is, of course, very white male centric canon established. And only in recent decades, maybe only the last decade and a half in earnest, has there been any kind of pushback against what that canon ought to look like.
Yeah.
And this coming from the guy who says, hey, let's bring back Cecil B. DeMille. Great choice for
the establishment.
Thank you, Film Nuts. So I'm trying to walk the line here. I'm trying to show them a picture of here's what, there was this Cecil B. DeMille presence in that people bought into and went for in filmdom. And we're someplace different now.
Just a little bit, yeah.
So, but it's like trying to just take them on this journey. Cine journey. Yeah. There you go. Then the last movie, David Lynch's Mulholland Drive. Because we're going to talk the dream place, right? It's the dream.
Yeah.
That's what it all comes down to. It's the dream factory.
Interesting. I was going to ask what was going to be the most modern. That's the most to end on. Yeah.
I want to get out before the book ends. The textbook we're using ends in 2008, so I figure that'll be a cutoff. That's probably around the time they're born. So we'll get out. We'll get out there. Yeah, I'm excited to show Mulholland Drive and talk about Lynch and really get into that. Grabbing clips off those Blu-rays and DVDs will be a bitch, though, because of no chapter stops. But that's what we're going to be doing.
Great. I mean, it's a really interesting idea just to, I don't know, transport into the mind of how do you capture this for somebody that has little to no knowledge of the canon, little to no knowledge of why it's canon or even what the canon is at the heart of it, and why Chaplin is essential, why German expressionism is essential, why some of these are things that can literally shape the taste and potentially your future career if you're literally going to film school for film. Yeah.
It's a matter of, for me, walking that line between here's what was canon and it's an exclusionary canon big time.
Right.
But let's look at what was good about this stuff that was the canon for so long. We'll do some of that, but we're also going to spotlight other things too that were excluded and paint that. Try as best as I can with an hour a week to paint that full picture. And that's what I think that's what we need to keep alive. On the physical media side too. As far as preserving history and all this goes. We preserve a lot, SS experiment, love camp, whatever. I mean, it's important that we preserve this sort of, wacky dreck and not revel in it because, we're into the Nazi torture aspect or what. I hope that's not the appeal, but yet, these movies existed.
Yeah.
And they're out there. And the same goes, for Cecil B. DeMille and the Sign of the Cross and all this other early DeMille stuff that I'm having a real hard time finding.
Well, and that's why people like Daniel Kramer, who was just in here, and hopefully still listening, are so important to this, because there are contextual documentaries and commentaries and visual essays and writing on many of these directors that have been overlooked throughout the years or not seen as part of the canon that are now finally being rediscovered. Thankfully to archivists and people that are historians now, giving proper due to people that worked for years with literally no recognition. And Daniel's documentary on Silvio is incredible, and it's shipping now from Imprint, by the way. Everybody should check that out. But that sort of thing is literally like film school for a lot of these things. It's literally like a course. And people like Daniel have inspired me specifically to do so much of what I'm doing with trying to capture some of this and get it out there. I don't see it's not even truly possible to capture everything, it feels like. And so some of these people having small niches are the only way that we're able to shine a spotlight on certain subjects here, and it's incredibly important.
I agree. And yeah, Film Nut over here says John Waters and Russ Meyer. I covered John Waters in the comedy history class the last week. That was part of that, and that was a lot of fun. That was very eye opening too.
What would you have them watch? Did you get to show them any Waters?
No, we watched clips. We watched clips of Pink Flamingos. And not the clip of Pink Flamingos, but I did explain it. And then what else was in there? I think, gosh, was it? One of the earlier and one of the laters, Crybaby.
Nice.
And then the Russ Meyer, he did not make the cut in the comedy class, and as it turns out, I'm glad, because it's not all funny.
Right.
But I'll work him in as best I can. Like I said, I got to do a survey here, and I'd love to hell with that. Show D'Amato. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, that's a different class. That might be what Aaron Avishon, who's my boss's boss, does over there. He would actually probably be able to pontificate to students about this, at the risk of losing his job.
Dr. Will covers some of that. He teaches.
I know. I'm glad that they. Yeah, I got skittish showing Blazing Saddles. I was like, "Is this going to be okay?" It was fine. I had my comedy history class buttered up and ready to watch Woody Allen's Annie Hall, and we got right up to the point where it's time to watch the movie, and this freaking Blu-ray is defective.
Oh, that's right. I remember you saying that in the Discord. Yeah, that's awful.
We had a great conversation, but I had a room full of college students that you think these are woke, fragile snowflakes or what have you. No, they're ready to go. Let's see it. It's Woody Allen. Okay, whatever. Let's see it. We get it. He's a pig. Fine. He's also funny. Anyway. I don't know what else we got here. That's what I'm doing. It's 1:00 in the morning.
It's about to be 1:00 in the morning. For those on the East Coast, it's 2. In Australia, it's the afternoon on Friday. I feel like I could do this for hours. Jim, this has been fun.
Well, I don't know. Could we? I couldn't. I would love to be able to.
You've done 4.5 hours, and that's much more than I expected. I'm
on my second and third wind. That said, I don't know. Maybe when I'm on these things, I need to go the Dr. Will route and just bail after we do the, the format. These extra conversations. I feel like this one it's a lot. But I think
we had a lot to cover tonight. But the history of film is a daunting discussion topic.
Yeah, I was like, good Lord. So that's my history of film at a freaking glance. We could talk more about it wherever, Discord, what have you. It's been my, when I started Zeke Film, however many years ago that was, to have a platform that I could make video essays. I've never, I haven't really done it. I encourage my students to do it if they don't want to write a paper. But getting into the commentary game and all that is something down the road, maybe. Yeah. But it's one of those finding a way to channel this desire to educate into different directions. I don't know.
Yeah, that's been a weird area for me to dip into as well. I mean, someone's favorite productions is something that we started to be, entertaining in an educational way and also educational in an entertaining way. And those are two very different things. And a lot of people don't seem to think about that on some of these extras. And I mean, some of the stuff that we've covered in visual essays specifically recently have been either a stretch or very inspiring.
Yeah.
And that spectrum is really fun to explore in.
Mm-hmm.
And I really hope it's something that people are actually checking out on discs, because as usual, when you're reading disc reviews, a lot of people do not even acknowledge that there are extras, let alone actually analyze them or even give any sort of feeling other than it exists usually. So I don't know. It's tough because a lot of this is rather thankless, and that includes film education, like you're talking about.
I know. It's all under an umbrella, shared. So yeah, kudos to those of you who are, doing this on the physical media side for peanuts. And it's important. It's important to have this, because even if nobody's acknowledging your work now, it's out there on a disc and it'll carry over. Hopefully it's got an evergreen quality about it. I like it when they timestamp it. When somebody says, we're recording this, it's April of 2021 and this is happening.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, don't try to pass everything off like Disney does as we just made all this yesterday.
Yep. We had to do that on a commentary recently because it was very politically relevant, we shall say.
Good. Well, good. That's important. I mean, just don't. Yeah. No need to sand the edges off of how we feel about things. This is where we are. It's art, and that's all political.
Well, and that's true about education. In a time when all fields of education are being attacked from multiple different angles, whether that be banning books or removing funding or what have you, I think education on the arts is even more so in danger. And so for that, I definitely want to say thank you, Jim. I mean, you're inspiring a future generation.
I hope.
And,
I hope we all are doing that.
You're even doing that tonight. So I appreciate you sharing that. This has been a lot of fun.
Well, I love to be here and do this. This is always so much fun, but I'll be honest with you. I'm being on Disconnected is great and all, but I'm just looking to, my real destination is the tumbleweeds and TV cowboys. And I just want to get to that. And I'm being, in all seriousness, it really is a lot of fun and I very much appreciate being here. If anybody else wants to have me on, I'll be on. I don't want to.
If you want to be on Hunter's show, he will ask you tonight if I message him.
Let's do it. I'm serious. I want to be on. I love being a guest on other people's shows. And I'm no good at helming my own though.
Well, we might have to talk about that because I had this idea and I was going to bring it up. So
okay. We'll talk about something else later. But but okay, fine. But yeah. Anything else? I'd love to be on the Western show, and this show again in a year when I can come on here and read another syllabus.
The last time you were on, everybody said, "Please get Jim back soon," and it's been too long. But you've been a rather busy person this year, so. I've
been busy and I don't have that much energy.
Next time, let's have a not 100 announcement night for you.
Well, who can control that? I joke and say, let's break the record. But honestly, we don't know.
Yeah. Doug wants to know, do you teach online classes?
No, I'm not. I'm very open to it. It sounds like it's just something I haven't done yet. I'm curious to, one of these days I'm going to make time and check out what Aaron and Cine Journeys is doing and how they're doing it. And then try to weasel my way into that. I don't know. But, it's that kind of, I've done a few online lectures for retirees. As part of an organization here in St. Louis called Oasis. And it's gone national, but I don't know that my talks have gone national. But yeah, I'd love to do it.
Amazing. As I stated earlier, please check out the links for Jim's writing, which don't get as much as he probably wants nowadays. Zeke Film Screen Anarchy linked in the description below. Check him out. Go watch Gone Girl. What else?
I don't care about that.
Anything else we want to promote there, Jim?
No. Watch movies. Go to the library. Get some. Rent some discs because they need to know that people are renting discs. Even if you don't watch them, just rent some discs, guys.
Support education. Support PBS. We talked about PBS.
Yeah.
All your support.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think we've hit it. So thank you, Ryan. Thanks for the platform.
Thank you, Jim. We'll see y'all next Thursday. Check out the links in the description for everything. Have a good night. Get some rest. Jim, thanks for 4.5 hours of your life.
You're welcome.
Thank you for watching The Disconnected. On the way out, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, that you've liked the video, and that you've copied the link to be able to share it with someone else that may appreciate this.
Hello, filthy movie lovers. My name is Gentry Austin.
And I'm Casey Scott.
And we're the hosts of the Sin Syndicate, film podcast for something weirdos, anti-criterion bros, and Joseph Sarno aficionados. Join us semi-weekly as we peer into the adults-only theaters and sticky-floored cinemas of the golden age of sexploitation, when the morals were loose, the laws were murky, and the intercourse was all simulated. Find us now on the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network.
Thank you for listening. To hear more shows from the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network, please select the link in the description